Chapter 1249, Worming Fact. Chapter 1249, Worming Fact. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhao Chen was enveloped in black energy, his mind intoxicated and hazy. He could not see any issues with it because the power was just too strong, giving him a false feeling of control over the entire world as it grew thicker and thicker, promising him sainthood. Zhuofan sensed his scattered and wild aura. The increase was only in quantity and not quality, blocking any chance of becoming a saint. Zhuofan shook his head as he looked at the closed stone door. Steward Zhua, the saint wants to meet you again. Li Jingtian had been waiting outside to give him a jade slip. Zhuofan read it. Meeting? Saints sure are free, asking to see me right as I'm at war. Ugh, that damn He Xiaofeng again, staying in Ruby Cloud sect still. Bam! Zhuofan crushed the jade slip to dust in anger. Bastard, he's after Qingqing again. Steward Zhua, will you go? Of course. The least I can do is show a saint proper respect. Show respect? Steward Zhua dealt with dragon saints like nothing. Crushing an entitled saint brat should be as easy as snapping your fingers. Ha ha ha. Li Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Zhuofan smirked. Right you are, I have nothing to fear from the likes of He Xiaofeng, but I need to consider the bigger picture and lay low for now. Why do you say that? He Xiaofeng is an early saint, nobody important, but he has the 6th sacred mountain behind him. We've yet to hear any word from the dragons. Even with them joining us, it'll take time to gather all the spiritual beasts. We need to bide our time. Zhuofan's eyes shone. The 8 emperors aren't united. Being hostile to the sacred mountains now will surround us with enemies. 8 emperors? Li Jingtian jerked. What of it? Every Luo clan elder leading a team could mow them down. Won't that reveal us to the saints as well? Tapping his head, Zhuofan smiled. It will also scare them, turning from being pedantic to stooping to any low and retaliating against us. To resist the enemy, we need to secure our lands. Don't ever forget the lesson of the Sword Star Empire and Bailey Jingwei. By waging war with the sacred mountains, the 8 emperors would be sure to strike back. We have to make our lands strong as iron to avoid any problems. Li Jingtian nodded. Steward Zhua is thorough in the end. Then we'll take the 8 emperors' lands before anything. Yeah, we're to take their lands without them noticing our intentions and plan for it. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan snickered at the door behind him and left with Li Jingtian. Disciple, you betrayed your master and now you'll become bait, drawing everyone in. Whoosh. A month later, 3 people darted beneath the sun as they landed in a forest. Zhuofan, Li Jingtian and Qiu Yanhai looked at the Ruby Cloud sect's dazzling entrance. Zhuofan said, I'll go pay my respects and keep the saint and the hag busy while you stick to the plan. The rest are nothing. Understood. The 2 bowed. Zhuofan walked in, soon blocked by a few familiar figures. Head senior sister, it's been a while. How've you been? You don't get to call me that. Humph. Fong Min glared at him. Where's your guard? Zhuofan shrugged. Look at what you're saying. Do you think there's no one guarding me with my current status? They're only hiding in the shadows. Should I call them out? They may not be hundreds, but 180 there should be, each tough in their own right. I have no fear against some early spirit kings. TCH, you're quite the show-off, for a useless demonic emperor dog. You're wrong about that. Even dogs differ among each other. I act in demonic emperor's stead, can you say the same? While I'm a purebred prized poodle, you're just a flea-ridden mongrel, ha ha ha. You! Fong Min grimaced in anger, wanting to kill him then and there. Zhuofan taunted further, I came to your sect at the saint's invitation. Touch me in any way and not even your master can protect you. Fong Min shuddered and panted, straining to quell her rage. After you. That's better. You're only shaming the enchanting empress by failing to receive guests, hee hee. Zhuofan snickered at their furious glares. Where's Qingqing anyway? Why don't I see her? Fong Min got her chance to strike back. You'll never get to see her again. Why do you say that? Zhuofan's heart tensed. Fong Min mocked. Junior sister has been promised to the saint, but the obstinate girl doesn't know what's good for her and refused. She even tried leaving, but master locked her up on the snow peak for the time when the saint takes her away. So you won't see junior sister ever again once she goes to the sacred mountains. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan nodded, having taken this scenario into account, and looked back. Li Jingtian and Qiu Yanhai gave him a signal. Zhuofan relaxed. Zhuofan taunted Fong Min so she would let Chu Qingqing's situation slip. The chick was harsh but not too bright though, making it extra easy for him to deal with her. A few slick words got her to spill all of the sex secrets. The enchanting empress has good tastes in disciples. Zhuofan smirked, approving of Fong Min, who gave him an odd look. What's with him? I taunted him with Qingqing yet he doesn't care? Head senior sister, Zhuofan said, why are you so happy that Qingqing is being taken to the sacred mountains? That place is a cultivator's dreamland. As I understand, you should be jealous and stewing in envy from not being picked instead of that dumb girl. What does she have that I don't? Looking at looks, figure, cultivation, and you'd probably on par, no? Ha ha ha, no wonder there are no men around. PFF. The other disciples giggled with red faces. Fong Min glared and gnashed her teeth, cutting their joy short. You're right. Fong Min sighed. Chu Qingqing has never been stronger than me, ever, but master always spoiled her, giving her everything. The saint also picked her, not even giving me a second glance. Am I so bad? Is she that much better? I don't think so. You agree too? Then why do you all go after her? Objectively speaking, you're better in every way, but one. Which one? Birth. Zhuofan's eyes shone because she was and still is Qingqing. Her birth made him protect her without fail. It was also her birth, having a sovereign path that made the enchanting empress and saint value her immensely. You could never catch up to her with such a circumstance. Fong Min didn't get it. Birth? Isn't she just an orphan? What's so special about her? Master just took her in, is all. Very special indeed. Zhuofan was grave. Let me be frank with you. You can never match her background, not even your master. Do you believe me when I tell you that she can make He Xiaofeng destroy Ruby Cloud sect? Even the 8 emperors, the guy would definitely fulfill her every wish to win her smile. How is this possible? Fong Min was dumbstruck. Stop fooling around. A saint would never spoil his girl that much. The 8 emperors in the sacred domain are like the sacred mountains to them. Their death will bring chaos. This isn't spoiling, it's about worth. What does it matter if the world burns, so long as Qingqing smiles? Zhuofan gave an eerie grin. This is her background, the one that can topple cities. Why else would she be Chu Qingqing? Ha ha ha. Smiley face. Qingqing means city-toppling beauty. They arrived before the sect's main hall. Zhuofan entered with a smile, leaving the girls stumped behind. Is Qingqing that important? Just who is she? Chapter 1250, Rescue. Chapter 1250, Rescue. Proofreader, Papatongs. Who? The violent winds carried with them icy snow, pelting the entrance of a mountain cave. Chu Qingqing had a lost gaze as she stared at the dancing snow. She finally sighed with a lowered head. A woman that had aged with grace sat on a flat stone outside the cave with closed eyes. She was like a statue. Even as the snow landed on her body, Chu Qingqing stood up and walked outside. She made a sign and struck bam. The entire peak trembled, with snow falling from it in every direction. Chu Qingqing recoiled, falling on the ground with a red face. The entrance of the cave now sported a shimmering wall, vanishing right after the woman shook and all the snow on her fell. Mei Sangu shook her head at the stubborn Chu Qingqing. I'm sorry that I let you go out the first time. I hoped you'd learn of the world, not have some wicked brat make you lose your way to the point you disobey your seniors. Senior Aunt May, please let me go. I don't want to go to Sacred Mountain. Why? Sacred Mountain has anything a cultivator could want. They lead the sacred domain. All of your sisters are dying to go. You are blessed with incredible fortune and yet cast it aside. Can't you tell right from wrong? Then let them go instead. Why do I have to go? Chu Qingqing was forlorn. I don't care about cultivation or growing stronger, because I don't want to go. Mei Sangu could read her heart. Are you still thinking about that brat? Qingqing, did he enchant you or give you something for you to fall so badly after just seeing him a couple of times? I don't know either. Chu Qingqing watched the dancing snow with a happy smile. Ever since I saw him, I felt drawn to him by familiarity, wanting to be with him forever. I don't care where I'll be and what it'll happen, so long as we're together. Just let me go, Senior Aunt May. Pa. Mei Sangu sighed, face-palming. Qingqing, you're hopeless. It's Senior Sister who placed the barrier, so even I can't break it, but I wouldn't do it even if I could. It's not just for you, but the boy as well. Think for a moment, a saint has his eyes on you. Do you think he'll get away alive? I don't know how the saint will treat you, but it's certain that he will kill him and the Luo clan. He managed to gain status under the demonic emperor, but can he still withstand the sacred mountain's pressure? By going with him, you're sentencing the Luo clan to death. If you truly love him, think about his well-being instead of ruining everything for a brief moment of joy. Chu Qingqing lowered her head, but she was still vehement. Why does it have to be me? There are so many stronger senior sisters in the sect. Why did that blind saint insist on me? He might really be blind, no, ahem. Forget I said that. I mean that the saint has special tastes. This is your chance. Chu Qingqing clenched her fists, but slumped in the end as she sighed. Mei Sangu chuckled. She finally gave up, ha ha ha. Whoosh! Mei Sangu jerked, still slow to react as a figure grabbed her by the neck and prevented her from using her strength. Another figure flashed behind her and struck the back of her neck. Mei Sangu slumped. Unconscious Chu Qingqing cried out, Senior Aunt. Miss Chu, Steward Zhua told us not to harm anyone in Ruby Cloud sect. You can relax. The two figures were utterly respectful towards her. Chu Qingqing stammered. You mean Zhuafan sent you? Yes, I am Li Jingtian, a Luo clan venerable, tasked by Steward Zhua to rescue you. I am Qiu Yanhai, also a venerable. The two cupped their hands and smiled. Chu Qingqing gave a nod. I know you. You were with Zhuafan in Gambling Town. Did Zhuafan really send you to save me? Yes. The two echoed. Chu Qingqing cheered up. How did he know I was kept here? Did my sisters tell him? Miss Chu, your sisters aren't that kind. Steward Zhua's uncanny foresight let us know of the Sacred Mountains deal with your master after your rebirth. It's the only explanation for their treatment of you. Li Jingtian sneered. Chu Qingqing's heart sank. She looked up to her master as her own mother, but master made a deal to give me over to the Sacred Mountains? Her heart was torn with grief, making her joy plunge in sadness. Li Jingtian saw she was silent and said, Miss Chu, please stand back. We'll break the barrier and don't want to harm you. Steward Zhua will never forgive us. Oh, thank you. Chu Qingqing woke up from her thoughts and took a couple steps back. Seniors, master placed the barrier. Please be careful not to get hurt. Hurt? As peak emperors, these guys only feared Dan Qingxin and his group with their monstrous power. The two just chuckled. Qiu Yanhai's hand flashed with a searing flame, shouting, Old Li, the hags used an ice seal, weak to my attribute. I'm more than enough. Stand back. Qiu Yanhai struck with his palm, making it explode in a blistering red hum. The invisible barrier vanished on the spot. The heat stormed the cave, drying Chu Qingqing's soft skin and even making her hair curl. Qiu Yanhai panicked and bowed. Forgive me, miss. I used too much strength. You aren't hurt, are you? No. Chu Qingqing shook her head, amazed at his skill. Senior, you're incredible. Not even Senior Aunt could remove Master's barrier, but you did it like nothing. Are you stronger than Master? Qiu Yanhai grinned in pride. Miss is too kind. I'm not that great, not when there are others in the Luo clan far stronger than me. As for your master and seniors, I can handle them, ha ha ha. I actually overestimated your master just now and used half my strength. A third would have sufficed. You're that much stronger than master? How can this be? Master is one of the 8 emperors. Chu Qingqing was shocked at Qiu Yanhai's confidence and bragging. He even said that the Luo clan had many more better than him. Why are they relying on the demonic emperor if the Luo clan can handle the 8 emperors? Was there a clan in this world ever able to surpass the 8 emperors besides the sacred mountains? Chu Qingqing was utterly confused. Qiu Yanhai grinned, but Li Jingtian cut his showboating short. Steward Zhua gave us a job. Let's save her and go. Oh right. Miss, come with us. It's now or never. Qiu Yanhai rushed to Chu Qingqing. She then recalled something and stepped away from Qiu Yanhai. The two were puzzled. Miss, what's wrong? You go, I'm staying. Tell Zhuofan that fate keeps us apart. Why? If you take me, you'll become enemies with Ruby Cloud Sect and even get the Sacred Mountains to attack you. I could never forgive myself for getting all your clan killed. Chu Qingqing's shoulder slumped. Zhuofan earned his master's recognition in becoming steward, but I won't harm the Luo clan and him because of me. Go and tell him to not look for me again, and not use his status carelessly. Li Jingtian smiled. They snatched her either way and fled. Chu Qingqing cried out and Li Jingtian shouted, Miss Chu, Steward Zhua has all that taken care of. We don't care about some puny sacred mountains anyway, ha ha ha. Chapter 1251 Sacred Mountains Decision. Chapter 1251 Sacred Mountains Decision. Proofreader, Papatonks. The two rushed away with Chu Qingqing in tow, yet not out of Ruby Cloud Sect. Instead, slipping near the main hall, a patrol of disciples passed by, and the two knocked them out without a sound. What are you doing? Chu Qingqing whispered. Li Jingtian waved off her concern. Miss Chu, they're fine. Make sure to stay quiet and follow me. The two venerables led her to a hidden spot. Chu Qingqing was baffled, but trusted them since they harmed no one. They reached a hidden part of the wall of the building and looked in through the window. Steward Zhua, you've drunk a dozen cups already? Can we start already? Master? Chu Qingqing gave the two an odd look. Seeing them grave, she could only refocus on the scene inside the hall, where He Xiaofeng, her master, and Zhuofan where Zhuofan placed his teacup down. This should be enough. I've stalled for an hour now. Should I keep going? Enchanting Empress, your maiden tea is delightful. I can't get enough of it. Steward Zhua, Lord Saint called you here to discuss, not chat over tea. The enchanting Empress's face was dark, glaring at Zhuofan. It all started as courtesy, showing him hospitality, but this guy kept fussing over the tea being too cold or too hot. Then he stuffed himself with snacks, only to ask for a potty break. He was wasting time, no doubt about it, not wanting to get to it. We're all civilized people here, men of status that know courtesy. So being polite was only natural. But this? Zhuofan had been milking their courtesy for an hour now. The two didn't know what he was playing, but their patience was running thin, unable to keep their calm. Zhuofan slammed the teacup down, raging, Humph, enchanting Empress, is this how you treat guests? Can't a guy enjoy a nice warm tea around here? Is this Ruby Cloud Sect's hospitality? You've had 18 of them. He Xiaofeng's face twitched, snapping, this is the 6th time you used that pretext. Can't you at least change your script? You might like this agitation, but we don't. What are you trying to pull? Zhuofan beamed bashfully, that many? Ha ha ha, sorry, I didn't keep count. Though could I get a refill? Enough! He Xiaofeng slammed the table. Zhuofan, I've never seen a more revolting person in my life. I know what your game is, but no matter how much you stall it won't work. It's time you give me an explanation. Why is the demonic emperor attacking 2 emperors without reason? Zhuofan shrugged. The whole of the sacred domain knows it, even the enchanting empress. The 2 emperors were at odds with the demonic emperor and waged war. If not for Lord Saint interfering, it would have been over by now. Later, Saint took the Nether Sea map, then went back. Sir doesn't have to mix in our squabbles. It's the Sacred Mountain's decision, not requiring discussion with anybody, especially with you. He Xiaofeng unleashed his strong aura filled with bloodthirst. Zhuofan sneered inside. He can flip out all he wants now, humph. The enchanting Empress intervened. Sir Saint, think of everything. If Qingqing finds out about his death, it will make things worse. It'll be bad if she takes her life. He Xiaofeng quelled his seething anger. The enchanting Empress said, Steward Zhua, I know you wield all of the demonic Emperor's forces, with Zhao Qin in seclusion. It's brave of you to go against 2 emperors in the demonic Emperor's name, but once he comes out, he will make you answer for it. Nothing enchanting Empress needs to concern herself with. All I do is for the demonic Emperor. I started the war with Sir's approval. There's no point in you interfering, ha ha ha. Steward Zhua, you're burning bridges. The enchanting Empress mocked. The demonic Emperor has the power to fight those 2 because I and the Sword Emperor wore them out. While you 2 stood by and watched, we took heavy losses. I can overlook this, but now you want us to stand back? That's not very honest. But it is, since our deal is done. You got your Nether Sea map, so what are you lacking? I don't care about your squabbles. You are forbidden from fighting. He Xiaofeng slammed the table again. The 8 emperors are about to change. A few disciples will come down from sacred mountains, replacing some of the 8 emperors. It's unclear who it will be. It's too soon for you to fight for more land. Zhuofan said, replace the 8 emperors? Are you kidding me? The 8 emperors represent sacred mountains, but they are outside of it. They come from every corner of the sacred domain and understand it best. Those entitled saints don't know the first thing about the sacred domain's situation. They lack the experience to handle local factions and quell chaos. It'll be a miracle if the sacred domain won't burn to the ground. It won't be of benefit to anyone, including the sacred mountain's supply. There's sure to be accident. Are you looking down on us? That's no disdain, but fact. Zhuofan's eyes shone. The sacred domain is a world where the strong rule, but for them to form their faction, they need the skill set for it, to know how to draw people in and feel at ease as their power grows. With the sacred mountains merely observing from above, they don't know anything about how things work down below. With a few reckless commands, the sacred domain's order will be broken, with the people crushed and suffering. Enchanting Empress was touched, with He Xiaofeng sneering. No one will stir anything when we come down. We can even replace the 8 emperors with pigs and there'll still be no objection. You guys only have pigs. You dare disgrace the sacred mountains? He Xiaofeng roared. The enchanting Empress rushed to stop him, advising, Steward Zhua, we have no say in the sacred mountain's decision. Their disciples have incredible talent and might be qualified for our positions. Over time, they will gain their experience and become able lord. Humph, able you say? When they can't reach sainthood with those top cultivation methods and mountains of resources thrown at them. Zhuofan mocked, even making them into the 8 emperors, while time can give them experience, their mindset will never change. Did they rise from the bottom? Will they listen to others' suggestions? A bunch of pompous pricks will sooner or later destroy everything. Using the sacred domain's turmoil to raise their own people is so kind of the sacred mountains, humph. Zhuofan mocked, He Xiaofeng sneered, and the enchanting Empress sighed. Also, Zhuofan continued, Enchanting Empress, they'll send a few to replace the 8 emperors, but next time there will be even more. At some point, all will be replaced. The only land ruled by bottom cultivators will turn over into the hands of those high and mighty from the sacred mountains. Then there will be no end to our torment. The same goes for you as well. It's only a matter of time before only the sacred mountains could produce saints, taking all the highest positions. He Xiaofeng mocked, and isn't it now the same? Of course not. The 8 emperors have a share of resources left from the sacred domain, giving hope of creating some saint. But once the sacred mountains take everything, this little hope will be crushed. What chance do cultivators born outside the sacred mountains ever have of reaching the top? Blame it on their birth, for being born elsewhere. He Xiaofeng had a sinister smirk. No matter how antagonistic the 8 emperors are, they are to stay put. You can resume once the replacements are here. The other emperors should get word of it soon. No one gets to disobey, not even the demonic emperor, let alone a nobody like you. Zhuofan's eyes shone with bloodthirst. He came to see He Xiaofeng for another reason, but the sacred mountain's decision infuriated him in both of his lives. He had clawed his way from the bottom, his pride making him never lower his head to anyone, not even the sacred mountains, for he believed that one day he would surpass those fools. He didn't have anywhere near the resources they had, but he made up for it with effort. This decision, however, would make the common people lose all hope. The resources would be under tight control, and even reaching sainthood would only be possible if the sacred mountains allowed it. There would be no hope to become strong. He didn't know what got the sacred mountains to go crazy and issue such a decision, but Zhuofan would be sure to never let them succeed. I need to speed up taking down the 8 emperors. Chapter 1252, History. Chapter 1252, History. Proofreader, Papatongs. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Zhuofan's gaze went cold. He Xiaofeng waved him off with scorn. Go tell the demonic emperor to stop and change his aide, or the first replacement might just be his, haha. Saint, are you trying to get me fired? No, I just dislike mavericks. Then you shouldn't complain when I overstep. Overstep? He Xiaofeng taunted. You're threatening me now? Haha, with what? Zhuofan smirked. Oh, I don't know, Qin Cheng. Chu Qin Cheng. He Xiaofeng laughed harder. Her? Save it. No girl can ever affect me. Actually, I'm going to threaten you with her. Your defiant nature would have gotten you killed by now, even if you were one of the 8 emperors. You're only breathing because I don't want her to know. Once I take her to the sacred mountains, you best watch out, ha ha ha. Chu Qinqing was furious. This was his plan all along. And I almost trusted him. Zhuofan looked back with a smile. Saint Sir, you're too scornful of me. As a puny cultivator, I didn't get into the demonic emperor's good graces by luck alone. You think I'm like you, gambling with a girl's feelings? Too risky. Well, do you have anything else? Of course, Zhuofan snickered. The reason why you must have Chu Qinqing. He Xiaofeng shook and grew heavy. The enchanting empress panicked. Zhuofan, you can't spout nonsense. Lord Saint came from the sacred mountains for the first time. He passed by the Ruby Cloud sect, found Qinqing stunning, and was drawn to her. A gentleman and a lady would make for a great couple, that's why he wanted to take her. Yeah, it's that simple. He Xiaofeng added. Zhuofan beamed. Let's be honest here, since there's only 3 of us. That's an excuse for everyone else, to hide the truth and a terrible secret about Qingqing's history. History? The two cried out, with He Xiaofeng looking hateful. What do you know? I know something, but enough, hee. Zhuofan gave a sneaky smile. 100 years ago, the sky changed, an omen of great significance. It happened to be Qingqing's birth nearby Ruby Cloud sect. The enchanting empress went over at once and knew the girl was special, covered in a prismatic glow, taking her for a disciple. Since it was too important, she silenced everyone that knew anything about her, including her parent. Chu Qinqing held her mouth, unable to believe her ears. The enchanting empress grew dark, cursing, Zhuofan, stop vilifying. Enchanting empress, why so nervous? Allow me to finish first. Zhuofan continued. The enchanting empress sneaked Qinqing into the sect to raise her, telling only her backer, the 6th Sacred Mountain's lord. The lord knew taking the girl would draw unneeded attention. So he set it up for his son to marry her 100 years later. That would get the girl on the mountain with none the wiser. A perfect match between a gentleman and a lady. No, ha ha ha. Xiaofeng's face twitched and barked. Rubbish! Why would we do this to Qingqing? Because you found an ancient and scary record. That she is related to a sovereign path. Zhuofan shouted. Xiaofeng pointed at him in shock. How do you know that? The sacred mountains aren't the only ones with ancient records. No, impossible. We only found bits and pieces in our ancient records, yet your Luo clan under the demonic emperor has. Young master The enchanting empress' sharp voice stopped him, but it was too late. Zhuofan taunted. What did I tell you? The sacred mountains entitled princelings have nothing to them other than their huge backers. That sentence proves everything. Try denying it now. You bastard! You goaded me! Xiaofeng was outraged and filled with bloodthirst. Chu Qingqing can't protect you anymore, you know too much. Zhuofan didn't care. He was about to attack. My man-child of a prince, this is your fault. Knowing things doesn't mean death. Try anything and tomorrow, all of the sacred domain will hear about this. Everyone will be fighting over Chu Qingqing. What worth would the sixth sacred mountain be then? Did you forget about the rest of the mountains? Ha ha ha, a bunch of decrepit old fools stuck at peak sainthood will be sure to go crazy at the mere hope of reaching the sovereign stage. Xiaofeng shuddered, glaring at Zhuofan with loathing. The enchanting empress was grave, though amazed at the same time. She cowered before the saints like all the other 8 emperors, but this kid went and toyed with him. But having leverage on a saint could burn him to ashes at some point. He's playing with his life. It would keep him safe for now, but disaster would come in the end. The sixth sacred mountain would not forget this, destroying him and the Luo clan. To hide this secret, the enchanting empress continued, I've been cautious to not let anything leak when I did it. How did you find out? The enchanting empress just admitted to everything. Chu Qingqing was about to cry in shock, but Li Jingtian held her mouth, with faint sobs sounding as tears streamed down. Her master killed her parents. You weren't too careful. Someone played dead and escaped. Qingqing asked me to help her find her history, so I did. Zhuofan smirked. He had not the slightest clue, just guesswork. But this proved enough for the two to buy it and admit to everything. Now he could go after Qingqing's sect without issues. The enchanting empress frowned. No, I made sure nobody escaped. There's no way that happened. Are you sure? Why else would he know so much? Xiaofeng cursed. What do you want to keep silent? Zhuofan shrugged. I'll tell you when I figure it out. But I hope nothing bad will happen to the Luo clan and the demonic emperor due to the sacred mountain's decision. Zhuofan left then, laughing just before exiting. You're nothing but an idiot saint. You're not even close to challenging me. Damn it. Bam. Xiaofeng crushed the table. I'm the young lord of the sixth sacred mountain, yet I can't even touch that blasted bug. This kid is truly frightening. The enchanting empress sighed, waiting for Xiaofeng to calm down before smiling. He's only clever, while beneath you in every other way. Xiaofeng's face twitched, with blood leaking from his mouth. Curses, he is nothing compared to me at all. Is that how you intend to flatter me? Master, this is bad. A disciple burst in. Master, our sisters have suffered an attack and 50 people are unconscious. 50 people unconscious without any sign of who did it? They must be incredible. Search the sect. Yes. The disciple rushed out, just as another entered. Master, Senior Aunt Mei was found unconscious and Junior Sister Qingqing is missing. What? Xiaofeng roared. Chu Qingqing is my sweetheart, raised for 100 years for me alone. I won't have this. I will slaughter any that had a part in this. Xiaofeng vanished before anyone could stop him. Chapter 1253, Dropping Off. Chapter 1253, Dropping Off. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. In a dense forest, Zhuofan waited as Li Jingtian and Qiu Yanhai showed up with Chu Qingqing, Steward Zhua. No need for courtesy. Zhuofan only looked at Chu Qingqing, understanding her pain. Qingqing, that's how it is. Don't feel sad, it's all in the past now. Chu Qingqing felt devastated, hugging him hard. Zhuofan, I have no one. I don't have parents, and now my master is a brutal murderer. There, aren't I still here? Rubbing her back, Zhuofan softly said, the hag is a pretender, now you know. It's good that you're finally leaving her. Just tell me how you want her handled and I'll help you. Chu Qingqing hesitated. The enchanting empress had taken care of her for 100 years, and was also her master. She couldn't forsake everything just like that. Even with this betrayal, Zhuofan was happy with ruining their relationship. Chu Qingqing's attachment to the enchanting empress had hindered Zhuofan's plans for so long. But now he was free to act. Chu Qingqing wouldn't like to know he would kill the hag, but she wouldn't go against it. Zhuofan patted her back, consoling her. You go with them to the Luo clan, where it is safe so that guy won't take you. Chu Qingqing nodded. Zhuofan was now her only lifeline. Take Miss Chu and protect her at all times. Yes. The elders bowed and held Chu Qingqing's arms before shooting off. Zhuofan grinned. Minutes later, He Xiaofeng was darting everywhere to look for any clues. Bastard. He stalled on purpose to confuse me. I won't fall for it. I will catch you and make mincemeat out of you. I will get Qingqing back. Whoosh. A figure blocked his path, making him jerk to a stop. Sir Saint, where are you going? Zhuofan chuckled with cupped hands. He Xiaofeng barked. Rotten filth, get lost. This doesn't concern you. It's our greatest honor to serve you, Saint. Tell me what it is, sir, and I may be of help. I'm a saint, dominating the whole of the sacred domain. What could you possibly do to help me? Get lost before I lose my patience. Don't think for a second that you can show off just because you know my secret that I can't kill you. Know that I can give you a fate worse than death. Oh, I see, then please enlighten me. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan snickered, standing there and blocking his path. He Xiaofeng popped a vein. Fine, you asked for it, so don't come crying to me later. Who? He Xiaofeng unleashed his mighty saint powers, putting all his pressure on Zhuofan. The dreadful aura would have put normal emperors out of commission from the heavy wounds. Zhuofan stood like it was a breeze that fell on him. A vortex of black energy on him dissipated the saint's power, fully absorbing it. How can this be? He Xiaofeng gasped in utter shock. You're just a bug, yet you can wait. You're not in the qi condensation stage? How else can you fly? Zhuofan snickered. There's no way a qi condensation cultivator could fly, let alone block half your pressure. They'd be crushed to pieces instead of still talking to you. Ha ha ha. Why, you were laying low. He Xiaofeng gaped, then turned grave. What cultivation do you have? Around the peak of the Emperor's stage. Humph, I see. Not bad, but still nowhere close to my level. He Xiaofeng relaxed, his pride once again stoked. You still dare block me? Beat it already. He Xiaofeng shot for Zhuofan, using all his power, wanting to run him through. A saint had the power to do that against an emperor, for sure. Though he wasn't against any normal emperor. He Xiaofeng clashed with something that felt like a wall, stopping him in his tracks. He looked up with shock to find a hand grabbing him. How is this possible? He Xiaofeng was overwhelmed. An emperor stopped me with one hand? Bam! Zhuofan's Qilin arm flicked him 1,000 meters away, making him tumble around. When he recovered, he was grave. What the hell are you? Luo clan's steward, Zhuofan. Zhuofan smirked, his calmness making even his surroundings tranquil. He Xiaofeng was scared. To have such an easy time stopping him meant he had incredible power. I really underestimated him. He Xiaofeng frowned and clenched his fist's sacred body. He Xiaofeng shook and exploded in a white light, forming a huge image around him that had 8 divine swords on its back. He Xiaofeng held his head high with pride. Inside the huge figure the giant hands took 2 flickering swords from its back, each hundreds of meters long, that unleashed biting winds as they were drawn. The enchanting empress had just looked over her unconscious disciples when she froze before shooting off. The saint unleashed his sacred body. He must have met with a great expert. Whoosh! The slash cut the sky as it pointed at Zhuofan. You then know our differences, being a peak emperor. Your imperial mark is nothing before my sacred body. Bring Chu Qingqing back right now, for I have plenty of ways to silence the Luo clan and the demonic emperor. Oh really? Zhuofan mocked him, lifting the Qilin arm with a burning look in his eyes. I'm sorry, while there's no bad blood between us, you are after Qingqing. The sooner you're out of the picture, the better. You don't know, but in Nether Sea, I planned on dealing with you, though I never got the chance. Now, haha, you came asking for it. He Xiaofeng laughed. Handle me? You got some nerve. Show me then, how will you handle a saint? Boom. He Xiaofeng slashed his 2 swords at Zhuofan with the power to rend the world. The world shifted and the sun dimmed, for the end of days was night. Zhuofan was unfazed, showing no reaction as the blades reached him. His eyes shone and punched Qilin tyrant fist. Rumble. A punch to destroy the world. He Xiaofeng's sword clashed with Zhuofan's punch, and in a flash of red, they broke. The space cracked as black scars appear around them from the indomitable fist. As the unstoppable power reached He Xiaofeng, the mighty fist ran him through. The sacred body had a 500-meter hole in it. The huge body tottered before fading to nothing. He Xiaofeng coughed 3 mouthfuls of blood as he fell to the ground. Chapter 1254. Wrong Guess. Chapter 1254. Wrong Guess. Proofreader, Papatonks. Bang. He Xiaofeng slammed hard into the ground, his body broken in every way. Worse, his soul was severely injured, needing a decade to pull himself together. But now, he didn't have any strength left in him. Just like a bug, even a Foundation establishment stage could slap him into the beyond. Zhuofan drifted down, looking down at his victim with a sinister smile. He Xiaofeng was trembling in fear. Why, you're not human. You're a monster, spiritual beast, or a dragon. I'm a saint, the strongest human. How can you destroy my sacred body without even an imperial mark? Ha ha ha, you're right, though a bit off. Zhuofan shook his head. I'm half beast, but not a dragon or spiritual beast. The sacred beast decimating dragon ancestor remolded my body with his scale, making it unbreakable. This right hand comes from a soaring Qilin leg. In the Nether Sea, I gained guidance from the tyrant emperor. I hardly need to use anything to deal with an early saint bigot like you. My foundation is leagues above you. A what? He Xiaofeng gaped. You have so many ancient experts behind you. Just who are you? Former demonic emperor Zhui Yifan, current Luo clan steward Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled. As for the process of my second coming, I'll leave that a secret. Gulp, He Xiaofeng stammered. Demonic Emperor Zhui Yifan. I heard he got 9 Serenity's sovereign's cultivation method, and that's why you could avoid that calamity. Right, but it was too late. What are you doing? He Xiaofeng shuddered in fear. Zhuofan snickered. What, you ask? Isn't it obvious? I just spilled my greatest secrets, and shouldn't you offer the same consideration? See consideration. Right, show some consideration by sharing as well. Zhuofan smirked, raising a hand that oozed black energy, placing it on his head. I lay my heart open to you, so you must die. Since dead men tell no tales. By Sir Saint. Wish you great fortune to be born in the sacred mountains again, unlike me, to come from the bottom rung. Though I don't mind, since my base birth allowed me to send you, of lofty birth, to reincarnate, ha ha ha. And no, don't act. Wails of pain shuddered the forest as black energy spread out. When Zhuofan stood, he was surrounded by dust and rags taken by the wind. Zhuofan eased a breath. A saint sure has a strong cultivation. It's good that I've not used demon transformation art for a while. I'll need a few days to consolidate. I'd rather avoid ending up like the traitor Zhao Qin, ha ha ha. Whoosh. Zhuofan's ear twitched at the sound and vanished. You came just in time to report to the sixth sacred mountain, humph. Whoosh. The enchanting empress landed and looked around. Strange, I just saw Saint's sacred body around here. Where is he? Master. Ruby Cloud sect disciples arrived as well. We've looked around but there's no sign of anyone. The enchanting empress nodded and hesitated. Is the battle over and so they scattered? There's not a body around, so that means the one taking Qingqing couldn't be stopped by a saint? Won't it mean they have a saint as well? The enchanting empress stepped on something that caught her attention, the dust as well as bits of familiar clothing. The enchanting empress cried out in utter shock. This is the saint's clothing. What is it doing here? Did he get killed? SSS. The enchanting empress gasped in fear. Her knees softened and slumped to the ground shell-shocked. This is really bad. The sixth sacred mountain's young lord died in the Ruby Cloud sect's domain. Then the Lord will take it out on me. Disciples, gather everyone around at once. We'll report to the six sacred mountains. 2 weeks later, on the sixth sacred mountain, in a quaint and huge study, a middle-aged man with twin mustaches held dust and scraps of clothing in his hand with red eyes. The man exploded with a vicious aura, pulverizing his desk and everything in the room. The shivering enchanting empress was sent flying and coughed blood. Who did this? Why was my son the only one to suffer in the 8 emperors' lands? The middle-aged man roared, snapping his bloodshot eyes on the enchanting empress, flashing in her face and grabbing her hair. He howled in her ear, "Enchanting Empress, explain yourself. What happened? Why did my son suffer in your sect?" Mountain Lord, young lord's fate had nothing to do with me. We didn't do it. Of course I know that, so stop wasting my time. You don't have what it takes. Bam! The enchanting empress got thrown into a wall as the man raged. I'm asking you who killed my son in your sect's domain? You better have an answer or I'll wipe the Ruby Cloud sect from the sacred domain. Mountain Lord, we will investigate this and report to you. The enchanting empress kneeled again in terror. The middle-aged man held his head with grief. Feng'er, you suffered so much, not even leaving a body behind. Feng'er, I thought Chu Qingqing would be great for you in understanding sovereign stage. But now I shall never see you again. What of your disciple then? What happened to her? If she's devastated, I can allow her entrance into the sacred mountain as a widow. She, enchanting empress stammered. The man turned frosty. What about her? Hasn't she been getting close to Feng'er? Doesn't she care if he died? Humph, absurd. A sacred mountain young lord shows his care and she doesn't want it? She just doesn't know her own fortune. Fine, since there's nothing there, I'll still allow her on sacred mountain as my daughter-in-law, for being with Feng'er for so long. But better have her clean her act as a devastated widow. That's the only way to move me and allow her in without raising suspicion to the other mountains. Did I make myself clear? Mountain Lord, that's beside the point. The enchanting empress's face shook hard. The man gave her a long look. Not the point, then what is it? I'm not asking her to truly feel for my son, just act like it to fool others. What's so hard about that? How did you teach her all these years to not manage a disciple? No, Mountain Lord, I do know how to manage my disciples and guide them after so many years together, but… What? But she has to be present first. The man went blank, his grief all but lost. What's that supposed to mean? You're not saying… The enchanting empress lowered her head. She was actually so in love with Feng'er that she took her life? The man's mind went wild with guesses. The enchanting empress blinked. Lost, took her life? Qingqing and your son barely know each other. Aren't you overestimating your son's charm here? The enchanting empress' silence made the man angrier. You're such a disappointment. How could you not watch your disciple? We've been raising this prize pig for a century. Even with my son gone, she shouldn't have been harmed. Damn hag, give me back my prize pig. The man clutched the enchanting empress' neck with fury in his eyes. He cared more for Chu Qingqing than for his son. And mountain lord, listen to me. Qingqing is fine. The enchanting empress' hoarse voice barely got through. The guy perked up and let her go. Then what was that about? I thought. She isn't here because someone took her. Enchanting empress, said. The man's face shook. Then he clutched the enchanting empress's neck again, but even tighter. Chapter 1255. The Demonic Emperor Acts. Chapter 1255. The Demonic Emperor Acts. Proofreader, Papatonks. Cough. The enchanting empress pawed at his cold hand and coughed for air. Mountain lord, spare me. Wretched stinking hag, you can't do anything right. The man gnashed his teeth. My son died near your place, and then you lost the prize pig I had you raise for a century. So you tell me what you deserve. The enchanting empress held her sore neck, stammering. And mountain lord, Qingqing is only missing. We just have to get her back. It's better than being dead. As if. Bam! Throwing her into the groan again, he snapped. I'd be happier if she took her life because of my son. Now she's gone and my son is dead. Not only did I lose everything, but there's not an ounce of feeling between them. Have you any idea of the heartbreak I'm going through? I thought you felt none, as a practical man. The enchanting empress bowed, keeping that bit to herself as she said, Please restrain your grief, mountain lord. Cut the crap, I want to know everything, what is going on and how you lost Qingqing. Talk or die. The man demanded. The enchanting empress bowed, and reported how he Xiaofeng called Zhuofan over to warn him, only for the latter to know everything. Not long after Zhuofan left, we discovered unconscious disciples in the sect and Qingqing missing. Young lord rushed in pursuit, and I was unaware it would be the last time I got to witness the young lord's genius, kindness, and amiable nature. Oh, the sorrow! Stop crying! The mountain lord snapped at her. I know exactly what my son was, least of all amiable. You're only crying for my sake. The enchanting empress gave a dry smile. Mountain lord so insightful, but the young lord had many people's respect, ha ha ha. Ignoring the blatant flattery, the man said, So it all happened after Zhuofan left? Isn't he related? That can't be. The enchanting empress shook her head. Why not? Mountain lord, Zhuofan is the demonic emperor's right-hand man. He is beyond resourceful, but he's as weak as a bug, in the bone-tempering stage. He'd have long since been reduced to fertilizer if not for the protection his high status offered. Young lord was a saint that no bug could even touch. It's not possible. Then the ones around him. Mountain lord squinted. 8 emperors shook her head still. Mountain lord, the Luo clan sought shelter with the demonic emperor. They can't have any experts. They are at least beneath the demonic emperor. While the one that took Qingqing moved like the wind, rendering Mei Sangu, my junior sister, unconscious without even reacting. This is the level of 8 emperors, at the least. The Luo clan couldn't have done it. And, yes, when we were at the sect, I saw the young lord's sacred body, but by the time we got there, no one was there. This proves that the young lord's fight was swift. Mountain lord, the only one able to kill the young lord so fast is a saint. The 8 emperors could never do this. Mountain lord nodded. Yeah, you're right about that. But who did it? To kill Fenger in a blink, one must have mid-saint power. Maybe. Mountain lord, did you find out? There's one faction that has such power, the Dragon Saints. Mountain lord squinted. The 7 sacred mountains and the dragons are at odds, but it's been years since we intersected. They're avoiding any conflict. They could never have struck my son. Maybe the young lord's immense pride provoked them. No, I warned him not to ever touch those lizards. Mountain lord denied her guess. If not the dragons, then the other sacred mountains? Has Chu Qingqing's secret leaked? The two shared a look and nodded. This was the most plausible explanation. Zhuofan had the biggest motive to take her, but not the strength. Leaving the two crossing him out, the matters were becoming complicated. With them unable to figure out who was behind it, they believed He Xiaofeng's death was due to Chu Qingqing. He Xiaofeng must have found the other's secret and was silenced. Fenger, I will find your killer and rescue the precious Chu Qingqing. Mountain Lord vowed. The enchanting Empress said, since the secret is out, does Zhuofan's threat still stand? Yes. Giving her a sidelong glance, Mountain Lord continued, so long as it isn't an open secret, the threat will be real. No one will spread this secret, not us, not the ones taking Chu Qingqing. We need to strike first and get Chu Qingqing with us at once. The enchanting Empress nodded. Are we to condone his defiant actions? Isn't it just land? He can cause trouble for the next Sacred Mountain's disciples, so long as he keeps his mouth shut. Mountain Lord sneered. The 7 Sacred Mountains' joint action stems from the fear of those old fools due to the event a century ago, that a strong expert will emerge that would topple their power. They want to regulate all resources so that not even an ungodly genius of the likes of the 10 ancient sovereigns can reach sainthood without our say-so. The enchanting Empress nodded, her heart sinking. It's just like the kid said, the Sacred Mountains want to crush everyone. Now there's no hope for anyone else to rise to the top. Zhuofan was back on Devil Mountain, where he met nervous guards in the main hall. They bowed and reported their worries. Steward Zhuo, you're here. What's wrong? Why are you all here? Zhuofan asked. Steward Zhuo, our assault on the 2 emperors has been going smoothly, but the 2 have taken to the battlefield themselves and none of us can take them on. We've received urgent reports requesting the demonic emperor's assistance, but the demonic emperor has been in seclusion and we don't know what to do. We will suffer heavy losses if this goes on. We can't take more of the unstoppable emperor's attacks. Oh, I see. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I will go see the demonic emperor now to ask him to fight. Zhuofan walked among their gratifying words towards the stone door. Demonic Emperor, sir, I have something to report. Rumble. The heavy door opened and Zhuofan entered. He saw a ghastly Zhao Qin with bloodlust in his eyes. Where are my ingredients? The demonic emperor's breath was ragged. Zhuofan smiled. Demonic Emperor, sir, I can no longer provide them. Why? The Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor have taken to the battlefield, blocking us from taking more prisoners. Bam! Zhao Qin slammed the stone bed, breaking it. Outrageous! Those bastards are ruining everything. I'll get them for this. There are reports from the front lines requesting the demonic emperor's help to eliminate them. Also, with the 8 emperors' incredible cultivation, they are sure to be a great boost. Zhuofan snickered. Zhao Qin's eyes shone with malice and madness. Ha ha ha, using them I'll reach sainthood. Zhao Qin vanished, leaving Zhuofan alone. Li Jingtian had taken Chu Qingqing to the Luo clan, then came here, coming over to Zhuofan. Steward Zhuo, what did you have him cultivate in? Why is he so erratic, like a lunatic? It's his heart that's going wild. It has nothing to do with the cultivation method. Zhuofan sighed and snickered. With the demonic emperor on the move, the rabid dogs will bite each other, just like back then with Devil Mountain. Ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, when do we move? Li Jingtian was eager for some action. The brothers can't take it any more, they want to fight. After the Falcon Emperor stepped out, they all wanted a piece of the action against 8 emperors. Your order is what's keeping the Luo clan's army from marching on the Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor's lands and taking them. He he he. You're quite impulsive. Zhuofan glared. Luo clan's experts are to battle the Sacred Mountains. Before that, none can ever come out in the open. With the Sacred Mountains helping the 8 emperors, it will be even harder for us to take the Sacred Domain's lower areas. Chapter 1256. Dreadful Pressure. Chapter 1256. dreadful pressure. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the screeching of eagles pierced the ears as ghostly shadows howled. The Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor's sudden attack had not only thwarted the demonic Emperor's army, but even regained 5 cities. All of this was because the Wraith Emperor had abandoned his own territory and joined forces with the Falcon Emperor. Although they both had few forces after the last great battle, their combined strength was still not to be underestimated, especially with 2 8 emperors leading the charge. Listening to the miserable cries and screams, the Falcon Emperor, riding atop a divine eagle, led the way and turned to Wraith Emperor with a friendly gesture. Brother Wraith, it's rare for you to put aside your territory and come to help me this time. I'm extremely grateful. No need to thank me, Brother Falcon. We can't hold on our own, so we join forces to fight back. After we take demonic Emperor's lands, we can just divide them. A few losses are nothing. With a gray cloud around him, the Wraith Emperor laughed. The Falcon Emperor nodded. Brother Wraith has remarkable insight. With the 2 of us working together, even the demonic Emperor can't stop us. This time, I've also informed the others, so we won't get caught off guard like before. It was Zhuofan who made a mess of things last time. Once we take the demonic Emperor's lands, we need to deal with him to save us the trouble later. The Wraith Emperor's bloodthirst spiked. The Falcon Emperor nodded with a wicked smile. The kid was too cunning to be left by the demonic Emperor's side. Bam. The 2 stepped over the corpses to arrive before a city gate. A mere wave blasted it to pieces. The 2 had smug looks that marked the fall of the demonic Emperor's 6th city. Quite fast, ha ha ha. Whoosh! An evil aura swept them just then. The army rushing into the city felt their hearts seizing and their blood ran cold. The Wraith Emperor frowned. Is this the demonic Emperor's aura? It can't be. We saw him only recently. How can his aura be so evil and powerful? The Falcon Emperor was puzzled. The dreaded pressure grew stronger as a familiar and eerie voice echoed. Ha ha ha, Falcon Emperor, Wraith Emperor, you 2 codgers dare mess with my plans? Surrender now. It's really the demonic Emperor. The 2 of them shouted in shock, looking at the creepy human wrapped in black energy, feeling a sense of urgency and madness from him. How did he end up like this? Zhao Qin struck first. Devil Palm. Rustle. Countless black palms fell down like meteorites, blasting the ground with booming explosions. Their joint forces howled before exploding in a shower of gore and blood, littering the place in their ghastly remains. Falcon's flight. Wraithful Sky. The 2 emperors didn't take chances, fighting back. Countless eagle cries and shadows filled the skies. Hundreds of them rushed at the gigantic palms amidst the explosions. However, their arts broke apart on contact. The emperors shook under the backlash, flung back. They spat blood and looked at Zhao Qin and saw dementia. This can't be. They gasped in disbelief. He overpowered us like nothing. Why is he so strong? What happened? The swirling black aura around Zhao Qin grew more intense. He couldn't contain his glee. Ha ha ha, decrepit relics, now you know my strength. I am your executioner today. Die. Whoosh. Zhao Qin charged. Demonic Emperor, don't get cocky. You think you can take both of us? Humph, you don't have it in you. You think yourself your master, Zhuo Yifan? They sneered, for surrender was still far off. They made signs and 2 golden auras shot from them. A 500-meter golden falcon and a 100-meter tall golden wraith appeared in the air, their imperial marks. Zhao Qin had a wicked grin. My master was the head of the 8 emperors, and now I shall follow in his footsteps, even surpassing him. From now on, people shall call demonic Emperor Zhao Qin the strongest, not Zhuo Yifan. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Zhao Qin shook and a black dragon flickering in golden lights shot into the sky. The black dragon was different from before, with a sinister darkness that sent shivers by just looking at it. Why is his imperial mark different? It looks darker and makes me uneasy. The Falcon Emperor was worried. The Wraith Emperor said, We don't have time for that. No matter how much it changed, we still need to destroy his imperial mark. The Wraith Emperor made a sign and his Wraith Imperial mark roared toward the Black Dragon. The Falcon Emperor gritted his teeth, making the Golden Falcon Imperial mark follow Bam. As the three Imperial marks clashed, the deafening explosion shook the world. The Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor felt their hearts shuddering and coughed blood. How is this possible? They looked on with fear. How could both of our Imperial marks be overpowered? They were also sporting heavy wounds. Looking up, their Imperial marks were flung back. Zhao Chen had them shocked to the core. They were all emperors, but this gap was unheard of. Is he on the level of Zhuo Yifan? Pa! They suddenly shook and felt their hearts seize. Their Imperial marks flew back, and were now coiled by a black tail, coming from Zhao Chen's dragon. Demonic Emperor, what are you doing? The Falcon Emperor panicked. The Imperial mark was their soul. While powerful, it was also prone to being damaged. They were uneasy seeing them captured. They had their Imperial marks struggle, but the two couldn't break free. The two emperors shivered in fear. The black dragon roared, coiling around the two Imperial marks tighter. Its sinister eyes shone with desire and malice, just like its owner. What, you ask? Hee. Zhao Chen wiped his drool. Relics like you dared to stop me from getting my ingredients, so now you'll take their place. As part of the 8 emperors, your power will be a great boon to mine. Ha ha ha. From his crazed eyes, the two felt terror. Falcon Emperor cried out, Demonic Emperor, don't be rash. You started this while we're just defending. Let's just talk. The Sacred Mountains sent word that they would replace some of the 8 emperors. Causing trouble now will get you replaced. Sacred Mountains. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. They're nothing. When I finish my training, they're finished. They think they can replace me? Humph, soon I'll have those fools kneel before me. They're utter garbage, ha ha ha. Chapter 1257, Insanity. Chapter 1257, Insanity. Proofreader, Papatonks. Madness. The two couldn't believe their ears. The demonic emperor was insufferably arrogant. On top of being raving mad, the two made more signs, scattered falcon feathers. Wraith flight. The two muttered. Then the golden eagle burst into a dazzling radiance, sending countless feathers in every direction. The wraith howled as gray images shot from its mouth. This made the two imperial marks to shrink, fading out as the emperors looked for an escape. Zhao Chen sneered. Humph, you found the wrong person to try those petty tricks on. Devouring demonic dragon. He made quick signs with his hands and the black dragon turned into a black mist, swallowing all the feathers and the gray images. Ugh. The emperors froze and winced. Their hope of fleeing dashed as they watched the black energy swirling and caging them. The two were grave. Zhao Chen cackled. Falcon Emperor, Wraith Emperor, you're beneath me. Just give up already and feed my cultivation. It's your honor to be a part of my rise to the sovereign stage, ha ha ha. Underworld. Zhao Chen shouted. A torrent of black mist surged, swallowing the sky. The two emperors shivered under the oppressive blackness. What is this? Why do I feel so weak and in pain? He's tampering with our marks. The Wraith Emperor cursed. Demonic Emperor, what the hell are you doing to our imperial marks? Zhao Chen shrugged. Nothing much, just taking its power. Once I finish, they will dissipate and you along with them. Hi. What? The emperors were terrified. They kept making signs with trembling hands in an attempt to break their marks free, to no avail. As their strength waned, Zhao Chen grew stronger. They had only one fate: to be sucked dry. The two plopped on the ground in convulsions as life was drained from their bodies. Zhao Chen felt his own strength surging with a manic grin, relishing in the moment with closed eyes. Sovereign cultivation methods are out of this world. I just need to keep cultivating, and I can dominate sacred domain. Ha ha ha. Shriek. A sudden cry came out of nowhere as a massive brown figure appeared. It slammed into the black mist and made a huge hole in it. Zhao Chen shuddered, with the brown figure turning out to be a huge eagle. It was now holding in its talons the wraith and the golden eagle. Well done, my precious. The two emperors felt they could stand again, with the Falcon Emperor praising the creature. The Wraith Emperor lit up. Is that your spirit animal? It came right on time. Let's just get our marks and flee. The Falcon Emperor made a sign and the Wraith Emperor copied him. Whoosh. The marks turned into a golden light and entered their bodies, making them breathe easier. Zhao Chen grimaced, seeing the brown eagle fleeing with killing intent. Damn pigeon, you're dead. Devil palm. Boom. A gigantic palm 100 meters big shot for the eagle. It tried dodging, but it was too late. The palm grabbed it and the dark energy swirled around it. The emperors watched with terror as it turned to ash. SSS. What the hell is the demonic emperor practicing? It's horrible. Zhao Chen recalled the dragon into his body and snickered. The beast helped you live longer, but not much. Humph. Zhao Chen shot for the two. The emperors ran away on the spot, not caring about anything. Is the demonic emperor insane? How did he degenerate so much? A whistle came from behind and a palm caught up to them. Ha ha ha, you still think you can escape me with that speed? Fools, ha ha ha. Why is he so fast? He's like another person. Falcon Emperor cried out. Wraith Emperor shot a palm at Falcon Emperor's shoulder. Sorry, Brother Falcon, I will remember you. I will avenge you later. Bam! The Falcon Emperor stumbled under the attack and Zhao Chen grabbed his neck. Curse you, Wraith Emperor, using me as bait. You'll get yours. The Falcon Emperor cursed as the Wraith Emperor got further away. The Wraith Emperor was looking grim, blocking out his voice as he fled. Brother Falcon, sorry, it's better for one to live than both of us dying. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. Whoosh! The Wraith Emperor vanished in the distance. The Falcon Emperor's face shook. Zhao Chen grabbed his neck tighter. Is this your friendship? I'm touched. Hi hi hi. Demonic Emperor, don't kill me. I'll do anything, please. Whoosh! The Falcon Emperor was swallowed by the black mist. Minutes later, it dissipated and Falcon Emperor was turned into ashes. Humph. Do anything? Do you take me for a fool to believe the 8 emperors? Ha ha ha. The demonic emperor cackled. The Falcon Emperor had a tragic end while the Wraith Emperor fled with heavy wounds. The demonic emperor's forces saw their lord's victory and rallied as they cheered. However, the demonic emperor waved his hand and sucked hundreds of people into the black mist, turning them to ashes. The people were frozen in fear. The demonic emperor snapped at them. Useless fools, fight. Get me more lands and more prisoners. It's either them or you who will become my ingredients, understand? Why yes, demonic emperor. The forces shivered as they marched on. The previous excitement was gone, now replaced by terror. They used to fight for the demonic emperor to make a name for themselves. Now they only fought to stay away from his insatiable appetite. They had to work hard to bring him more prey so they wouldn't end up being preyed on. Instead, Zhao Chen sneered as he roared. Zhuofan watched from afar, shaking his head. Li Jingtian chuckled. Steward Zhua, the demonic emperor is getting foolish. He even talks about using people to cultivate. He isn't foolish, he's mad. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Demon transformation art has made his strength spike, making him forget restraint. He will do anything to get more power. When heaven wants you dead, he first drives you insane until you lose all reason. The sacred mountains will pay him a visit soon. We just have to wait for his fall. Li Jingtian nodded. Any news from the dragons? Zhuofan asked. Li Jingtian bowed. Steward Zhua, still nothing. You're impatient as well? No, it's that I still need to be patient and lay low. Zhuofan left. Chapter 1258 Deal. Chapter 1258 Deal. Proofreader, Papatonks. The demonic emperor defeated the Wraith Emperor and even killed the Falcon Emperor by himself. The enchanting empress cried out in shock at the report inside the jade slip. That's not possible. I had a hard fight with the Falcon Emperor, so how could he die so easily? And on 2 against 1? Even the Wraith Emperor could hold his own against the Sword Emperor for a while. Mei Sangu was just as confused. Senior sister, the reality is that the Falcon Emperor died and the Wraith Emperor fled. The demonic emperor had taken over their lands. This proves he is the most powerful of the 8 emperors with his biggest domain. Was it one of Zhuo Fan's ploys that led to the Falcon Emperor's death? The enchanting empress was grave. Mei Sangu shook her head. Senior sister, I don't think so. The 3 fought in the open, before an entire army. There's no room for deceit on the battlefield. Schemes aren't enough to make up for the 8 emperors' strength either. The kid can set all the traps he wants, but it'll still be impossible for him to force the 2 emperors into a corner with no escape. This only makes the even more suspicious. Did the demonic emperor take some powerful tonic to grow so incredibly strong? The enchanting empress remained skeptical. She then waved impatiently. Never mind, we still don't have any clues on young lord or who took Qingqing. I don't have the time to deal with 8 emperors' grudges. Senior sister is right. Mei Sangu bowed. A disciple walked in and bowed. Master, another jade slip arrived with a strong aura. We couldn't inspect it. It must be meant for Master's eyes. Wraith seal. The enchanting empress jerked. It's from the Wraith Emperor. The enchanting empress frowned and read it. She shouted in shock. The Wraith Emperor is calling all 8 emperors to Wraith Bamboo Forest for an important matter. It must have something to do with the war. Mei Sangu added. The enchanting empress nodded and walked out. Sangu, follow me. Since there's no lead on the young lord and Qingqing situations, we'll see what's going on with the demonic emperor. The enchanting empress took off and Mei Sangu followed her. A month later, the 2 arrived before a dark and eerie bamboo forest, packed tight with guards. There were countless tombstones as well. The enchanting empress reached a pavilion where people were already seated, with the Wraith Emperor acting as host. Enchanting empress, you're here. The Wraith Emperor stood and cupped his hands, gesturing, have a seat. The enchanting empress took the seat and asked, did you invite us because the demonic emperor killed the Falcon Emperor? Everyone else focused on the Wraith Emperor's conflicted face with hard stares. The news was just too suspicious and worried them greatly. Indeed, that's why I called you all here. The Wraith Emperor lamented. The Falcon Emperor had a gruesome fate, not leaving behind even a body to bury. You aren't asking our help to seek revenge, are you? The Sword Emperor asked. The Wraith Emperor shook his head. Not at all. There's a long history between us 8 emperors. Friends can become enemies at the drop of the hat. Their demise is their own fault to bear. However, the Falcon Emperor's death is too strange. We have to figure it out before that lunatic sucks us all dry. Everyone shuddered. Is the demonic emperor that strong? Rumors say that you 2 couldn't beat him, and that the Falcon Emperor died in battle. Is that true? Is there another reason? What reason could there be? In a straight-up fight, we lost against him. The Wraith Emperor sighed. The truth is we were weaker and so one died. Everyone tensed. The Sword Emperor squinted, finding it the hardest to believe. It threatened his position as the top of the 8 emperors. If I were to join as well, I'll lose too. Sword Emperor. The Wraith Emperor chuckled. Forgive my bluntness, but did you win against Zhuo Yifan? The Sword Emperor shook and winced. Why bring up the dead? It's been thousands of years. Haven't we agreed to lay that to rest? Yeah, none of us want to recall that detestable demonic emperor. He was the true top of the 8 emperors, able to take on the rest of us. He was one a loner, but he had the power of entire armies. The Wraith Emperor took a deep breath. We have to bring him up since another Zhuo Yifan is here. We have to accept reality before it makes us suffer for it. Their eyes twitched and the Sword Emperor exclaimed, Where are you going with this? You mean to tell me Zhao Qin is like his master? Humph, no way. Zhuo Yifan's talent was the most incredible outside the sacred mountains. Some said he'd attain peak sainthood if he went to the sacred mountains, if not sovereign stage. Zhao Qin is petty and reckless. He could never attain 1/10 of his master's strength all these years. Humph. Sword Emperor, you still can't accept that times have changed for the very worst. The Wraith Emperor spoke in a grave tone, with the others becoming serious as well. Wraith Emperor continued, this meeting with Zhao Chen was like seeing another person. He used to be cunning and outrageous, but he had restraint. Now he's simply insane, wild and mad. He doesn't care about anything, not even us. He said he'll take on even the sacred mountains. Him? Humph, someone sneered and the others shook their heads. However, the Wraith Emperor grinned. He has good reason for saying it. You would feel the same thing if you saw him. The lunatic was confident. His strength grew so much he even killed the Falcon Emperor. He's catching up to Zhuo Yifan. Do you have any clues? Look for yourselves. The Wraith Emperor took out a pouch, letting it spill on the table. What do you think it is? Dust. People. People. Yes. The Wraith Emperor stressed every word. I found out that he is using people to cultivate. After our battle, he admitted it himself. He only started the war to get more ingredient. The Falcon Emperor turned to ashes because of this. A what? Everyone gaped. Using people to cultivate is forbidden in the sacred domain. It will incur the world's wrath, struck down swiftly. Isn't he afraid that the sacred mountains will hunt him down? I told you he doesn't care about them. He also mentioned that he will become a sovereign soon, that the sacred mountains would be nothing by then. Sovereign? They all shouted. There had been no new sovereign since ancient times. What gave him the gall to say he will become one? None in the sacred mountains could claim that either. Before becoming one, even a peak saint would end up killed once surrounded. How could he commit such cruel acts? The Sword Emperor muttered, there are only two ways to become sovereign, through enlightenment, though there has never been any record of anyone achieving it since ancient times, and a sovereign's inheritance. Everyone exclaimed, he found one? The Wraith Emperor nodded, it's very possible. What kind of art could double his strength in such a short time? This proves his arrogance. By getting a sovereign's inheritance, becoming one is only a matter of time. Of course he would hate the sacred mountains. This piece. The enchanting empress noticed something in the dust. Taking out a piece of clothing, Wraith Emperor explained, I collected this from the remains of people he used for cultivation. It seems his art turns not only soul and body to dust, but clothes as well. It's similar to the ones I found on young Lord. Maybe. The enchanting empress nodded. So you did this, demonic emperor. You're finished. Once the mountain lord knows you. Everyone. The Sword Emperor's grave voice echoed. We will have to join forces once more, just like when we faced Zhuo Yifan, and deal with Zhao Chen. Do you still remember the past? Because of the arrival of a saint, Zhuo Yifan destroyed the records and detonated. This time, we must keep this a secret if we want to get our hands on the sovereign's inheritance. Why bother doing someone else's job? Everyone nodded and turned to the enchanting empress in unison. Her face twitched, and she finally nodded under peer pressure. Chapter 1259, Back Then. Chapter 1259, Back Then. Proofreader, Papatonks. The sky was dim and drizzling rain fell incessantly. A figure, clad in a black robe, walked on the quiet mountain. Before long, the figure arrived at a pavilion. Looking around, they muttered to themselves, why haven't they arrived yet? Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, we've been here waiting for you. 5 people showed up before the man in black. They were the Sword Emperor and 4 more of the 8 emperors. The black robe chuckled and revealed himself to be Zhuo Fan. It's rare to have the distinguished 8 emperors give me such an honor, inviting me, the demonic emperor's steward, in secret. Steward Zhuo, there's no need for pleasantries. You've done well coming alone. Take a seat. The Sword Emperor gestured at a stone table. The others sat as well. Zhuo Fan shook the water off his robe and took his seat. He began, Gentlemen, what is the purpose of this secret invitation? Calling me here discreetly, even avoiding contact with the demonic emperor. You didn't tell him. Of course not. Zhuofan saw the Sword Emperor nervous and smiled. The demonic emperor is a busy man and need not trouble himself with such trifles. What would be the point of having me then? I am here to address what I can handle. Right, Steward Zhua is a man of great skill, able to deal with many things in his stead, ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor nodded. Zhuofan got to the point. Sir still hasn't answered my question. Why the secret meeting? I'm but a steward and have little power. You're better off talking with the demonic emperor. No, 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 we wanted you. The Sword Emperor snickered. Steward Zhua, before we begin, I would like to know whether the demonic emperor has been strange lately. Strange? No, what's so strange about winning? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and the Wraith Emperor grimaced. The Sword Emperor waved his hand. Steward Zhua is a smart man and should know what I mean. I didn't ask you here to pull the demonic emperor's secrets out of you. I'm only curious about his condition. Even you should know his madness and cruelty on the battlefield were terrifying. This madness can spread and you might find it unleashed on his closest aide. Ugh! Zhuofan looked confused. Now that the Sword Emperor mentions it, the demonic emperor has been strange lately. Strange how? He's more secretive, spending his days in seclusion, demanding prisoners and growing his lands. The constant war had taken its toll on his forces, but he still wants to go on. I have to say that the ones trying to advise him against it were executed, except me. Why does he want so many prisoners? Is he practicing some sinister art? The Sword Emperor stirred as he asked. Zhuofan was silent. The Sword Emperor asked something else. Zhuofan, when did the change start? I'm not sure. Zhuofan shook his head. Ever since I came from the Nether Sea, I needed a few months to recover from my injuries before returning to Devil Mountain. The demonic emperor has been like this ever since I saw him. After the Nether Sea. The 5 emperors' eyes shone with excitement. The guy must have gotten the Nether Sovereign's treasure. That's what made him so erratic. He has been secretive all this time, wanting it all for himself, just like Zhuo Yifan. The 5's purpose was clear. The enchanting empress said coyly, Steward Zhua, you must have done well under the demonic emperor, his temper considering. I got by. Zhuofan smiled. The demonic emperor may be harsh on others, he treats me with respect. Why else did all his advisors die except for me? Ha ha ha. The enchanting empress nodded. Steward Zhua is a man of great talent. No one would ever wish to part with such an aide. But did you ever think that while he is using you now, the day might come when your value runs out? What do you think he'll do then? I believe I'll always be of use. Zhuofan spoke with pride. The others' faces sank. Despite his poor strength, he is still prideful. The 8 emperors snickered on. Steward Zhua's wisdom is something to admire. I believe that the 8 emperors, even saints, would cherish a talent such as you. But true power trumps any cunningness. When someone grows beyond everyone else in power, what use would he have of your wisdom? What are you saying? Zhuofan flinched, his smile slipping. The enchanting empress nodded, driving her point. Steward Zhua must know why the demonic emperor is so strong. He will only get stronger still, until his use of you would run out. When every enemy is dead, what's the point of keeping a steward? One should have contingencies for the future, Steward Zhua. Do you understand? Zhuofan squinted. Steward Zhua. The Wraith Emperor spoke up. Your talent makes you better than the 8 emperors despite not being one. Any emperor who has you by their side would be at the level of the 8 emperors. You are the unsung emperor, while the demonic emperor would have long since fallen without you. Last time, the Falcon Emperor and I joined forces and it was enough to deal with him. Are you willing to waste away under someone else only to be cast aside in the end? Zhuofan took a deep breath and looked at the sky. Tell me, what are you planning? We hope you'd help us get rid of Zhaochen. Now that Zhuofan saw their point, the Sword Emperor grew impatient in his joy. A sudden assault on the demonic emperor would only scare him off into hiding. That's why we have to do it in secret. The demonic emperor is paranoid, making it impossible for an outsider to do anything, especially on Devil Mountain. With so many defensive arrays, not even we could slip in undetected. With the demonic emperor in seclusion and all his forces on Devil Mountain under Steward Zhuo's supervision, you just need to clear us a path. Zhuo Fan nodded. What's in it for me? The throne among the 8 emperors beckons you. The 8 emperors laughed at his changed stance. We will elect you as a new emperor among us, even though you're not in the emperor stage, but anyone in your clan can take the seat and be under your control. It will hardly make a difference, and we'll only allow you to sit with us. The puppet is only for others to see, just an honorary title. Can I trust you? We will vow on our Tao hearts. I also told the 6th Sacred Mountain's Lord. He agreed. Even if they send replacements for the 8 emperors, they'll never touch you. You're protected. The 8 emperors gave a firm nod. It's a promise none of us have. We might all be replaced, but not you. The others nodded, goading him. You have all the guarantees you can have, so why hesitate? We're so jealous of you, having the Sacred Mountain at your back. Are you just going to work for the demonic emperor all your life just for him to kill you in the end? Zhuo Fan sneered inside at their urging. The term might look enticing to the ignorant. The chance to remain among the 8 emperors for all your life without the risk of being thrown away. But if you think about it, those old 8 emperors would care about this title once this matter is done. Their eyes are on the sovereign stage, all thanks to a sovereign's inheritance. Why would they waste time on empty titles? These relics sure know how to plot. Zhuo Fan was hoping for this. Regardless, the more they yearned for it the better, so he stroked his chin as he smiled. When will you act, gentlemen? The 5 laughed. Zhuo Fan grinned a devious smile, his eyes icy. You must have enticed that rotten disciple back then as well, I bet. Chapter 1260, Surrounded. Chapter 1260, Surrounded. Proofreader, Papatonks. A month later, inside Devil Mountain, Zhuo Fan came before a stone door. Demonic Emperor, sir, we've taken 3 cities and 2,350 prisoners. Send them in already. A gruff voice echoed, followed by loud booms as the stone door rumbled open. Zhuo Fan walked in. Zhao Chen was panting like a beast, his eyes bloodshot from madness as he roared, "Where are they? Give them to me." Whoosh. People appeared in the dark room out of nowhere, covering the floor. Zhao Chen's eyes were frenzied, setting his black energy on them like a tide to consume them. He was too deep into his madness and thirst to cultivate to notice Zhuo Fan smirking as he left his own aid, didn't even say goodbye. Corpse explosion. A cold shout boomed and the black energy released a terrifying ripple. Zhao Chen jumped to his feet, slow to react. Boom. The explosions were endless, all over the black energy, sending deadly shockwaves all around. The blasts were so strong they flattened the top of Devil Mountain. Thick dust spread around, swallowing all the eerie, yet lavish, buildings below. Whoosh. The wind whistled as someone moved through the thick dust, landing on the ground and soaking it with his blood. The Wraith Emperor. Zhao Chen raised his sinister face, his eyes bleeding, and roared, "Wraith Emperor, I'm going to pulverize you for what you did." Ha ha ha, but what about the others? A cackle responded as 5 figures landed before him, the other 5 emperors. Zhao Chen's eyes flashed, staring hard at them. So decrepit fools like you ganged up just so to play me? I should have known none of you are worth crap. First you ganged up on my master, and now on me. Zhao Chen, did you already forget about your share when we attacked your master? Don't call us evil when it suits you. You're no better. The Sword Emperor mocked him. The Wraith Emperor cackled. Zhao Chen, don't be quick to insult others when you're just as vile. It's so poetic, if you think about it. This is karma for everything you did to your master, ha ha ha. Karma? Zhao Chen exclaimed. You couldn't have entered my lands without someone finding out, especially on Devil Mountain. There are countless arrays on it that would react to your coming. What is going on? All looked at him with disdain, turning to one side and making Zhao Chen look there as well. He gasped, "You." "Yes, it is I, demonic emperor, sir." Zhuofan smirked with a bow. "I'm thankful for all your care, in giving me final word over your lands in Devil Mountain so that I could get the 8 emperors inside. Forgive me." Zhao Chen's face twitched. "Zhuofan, you rotten traitor, I've given you everything and this is how you repay me, by selling me out? God damn bastard." Zhao Chen shook and a powerful aura shot for Zhuofan. A huge black palm loomed over him. Zhuofan paled, and fled back. The Sword Emperor intervened, striking with his sword, Sky Breaker. Whoosh! A blinding light flashed and turned into a 300-meter sword, clashing with the huge black palm boom. The sky rumbled under their power, with the Sword Emperor frowning and falling back 10 steps, and looking at the other in shock. Zhao Chen shuddered and coughed blood. "Sword Emperor, how is it?" The others rushed to his side, looking at Zhao Chen in worry. It was beyond their expectation to find that Zhao Chen was stronger than him, just like Zhuo Yifan. A sovereign's inheritance is so incredible. The Sword Emperor panted, looking grave. "He's not the same old weak brat. We have to be careful. It's fortunate we acted in time and gave him heavy wounds, or it would be us who'd pay the price later." Zhao Chen raged as he glared. "Zhuofan." Zhao Chen's face was covered in blood. "I've been nothing but good to you. Why would you sell me out? I'm wounded because you let the Wraith Emperor fiddle with the corpses and trigger the trap as I absorbed them. What's an ungrateful bastard still doing standing here?" Zhuofan stepped up. "Demonic Emperor, sir, everyone has a price. I came under your wing for a career, but as you become stronger and stronger, one day you won't need me. I'd avoid being expendable, and the 8 emperors' terms are quite enticing, making me one of them forever. I had no reason to refuse. So, haha, forgive me." "Screw your apology. You're dead for betraying me." Zhao Chen struck with a palm, a black dragon enveloping him. He was going to kill them all, especially Zhuofan, Steward Zhua, not to worry. "He can't harm you." The Sword Emperor shouted, shielding a sneering Zhuofan. They said the same thing to Zhao Chen then, but didn't they still attack him now? Their promise isn't worth crap. The others surrounded Zhuofan to shield him, unaware of his thoughts. When Zhao Chen drew closer, they struck. "Zhao Chen, you dare mention others when you betrayed your own master. Compared to Steward Zhua's act, yours is heresy. You have no right to speak." "I can betray while no one else can betray me." Zhao Chen focused all his strength into his palms, making the dragon roar and shoot at them. "I'll refine all of you with the nether script, ha ha ha. You won't succeed." The Sword Emperor released his imperial mark. "Decimate, Supreme Sword. Haunt, elusive Wraith. Unite heaven and earth, enchanting Jasper." Whoosh! 5 imperial marks took the skies, making contact with the black dragon in a resounding explosion. A hole got punched in the endless darkness, bringing light. The 6 imperial marks coming together felt like the sacred domain was going to crumble. The 5 shuddered back with red faces and blood at their mouths. Zhao Chen got pushed back a dozen steps and spat so much blood, he soaked the ground. The Wraith Emperor laughed. "Zhao Chen, we know your cultivation method is great, but you won't get to refine us so long as we don't let you surround our soul. We just need to match your every blow with all our strength. In your condition, you won't be able to take the shock. A few more times and your body will break. Demonic Emperor, give it up, it's over." Chapter 1261. Just who are you? Chapter 1261. Just who are you? Proofreader, Papatonks. Give up. Zhao Chen frowned, his eyes filled with resentment. He stared at them and let out a creepy laughter. "Surrender, is it? Never gonna happen. Once I heal, I will come back for each and every last one of you. The last thing you'll see is me, ha ha ha." The Sword Emperor sneered. Demonic Emperor, we have you surrounded and you still think of fleeing? Just hand over the cultivation method you got from the Nether Sea, and we can forget about this. Cultivation method? I just knew it. The only reason all of you got together is over something to gain, just like last time. Zhao Qin shook his head. Well, too bad. I'm not my master, and you won't ever catch me, ha ha ha. Zhao Qin released black energy as he laughed. The Sword Emperor made a sign and cut with his finger. You won't get the chance to flee. Whoosh! A blinding white light flashed across the sky, severing the black energy. They watched as it revealed no one inside. Zhao Qin was gone just like that. What just happened? The Sword Emperor stared hard at Zhuofan. Steward Zhua, you're of a brilliant mind and have been by the demonic emperor's side the longest. What was that? Zhuofan frowned. The demonic emperor must have had an escape ready outside of my knowledge. What's certain is that his act was a distraction. He can't just vanish. There must be a tunnel around here somewhere. Yes, Steward Zhua is right. Find it. The Sword Emperor shouted, and everyone began searching. Zhuofan looked around as well. It took them a whole 6 hours before the enchanting empress cried in excitement. Come quick! I found it. In a hidden bush, a deep hole was hidden. I'll take the lead, you follow. The Sword Emperor went on without fear, but Zhuofan raised a hand. He said, Don't bother. He's been gone for 6 hours. We won't catch him. We at least have a trail now. You think he'd leave a clue behind after what happened to him? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. The others frowned, looking dark. The Wraith Emperor said, The demonic emperor has to die before he gets us instead. The others' hearts sank. One had to be ruthless to remove all needless trouble, especially with such a powerful expert around. He had to be removed at once. Steward Zhua, what do you think? Zhao Qin is sure to take his first revenge on you. The enchanting empress asked. The other turned to him. Zhuofan used his smarts to get the 8 emperors to respect him. His opinion mattered. Zhuofan smiled. He can't run anyway. What does that mean? We can't use this tunnel to find him, but think of his situation. With him badly wounded, no matter how well he hides his tracks, he'll need to heal. And with his cultivation method, he needs people. The enchanting empress lit up. We just need to keep a close eye on the people in every area. The moment many are missing, then that's where he must be. Zhuofan nodded. That's the idea. They all nodded with smiles. Steward Zhua is brilliant. It's good he's weak, or he'd be the strongest among us, with none his match. Let's split up and search while paying attention to the population. The Sword Emperor proposed and the others agreed. Scattering, only Zhuofan was left behind with a smirk. A strict inspection began across the 8 emperors' land. With Zhao Qin missing and the 5 emperors' support, Zhuofan took over all of demonic emperors' land's affairs. Every elite of the Luo clan got sent to grab all the power, taking it over. All now listened to Zhuofan's orders. A month went by in peace, when shocking news came from the border between the demonic emperor and enchanting empress lands. A whole city was gone. The 5 emperors shuddered and rushed to inspect. Zhuofan was going someplace else. Russell. 5 miles from Devil Mountain, in a valley overgrown with fauna, a frail figure struggled to walk through the damp forest with shaky steps, barely reaching a cave. The man shook the water off him and took a deep breath in excitement. His gaunt finger rubbed a ring, filled with satisfaction. I just knew you'd come here. The man shuddered at the voice, looking forward to seeing someone leaning on the cave wall and enjoying tea. Zhuofan? Yes, demonic emperor, sir. Zhuofan sneered. The gaunt figure's messy hair blew to the side and revealed a raging expression. He was looking far thinner now, but with a thicker black energy around him, just like a monster. How did you find me? I left no trace to this hideout. Easy. Zhuofan smiled. Didn't you used to come here in your younger days? You'd start crying after every beating you got, hiding from the world. Yet someone was always by your side. Zhao Qin gasped in fright. How do you know about that? Zhuo Fan smiled and sipped his tea. Zhao Qin grew dark, then mocked. Steward Zhua, you're alone? Why, yes, have you seen anyone around here? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Where did your crafty mind go? You actually came alone to find me? You're nothing but a bug. You found me, but now you'll die here. Do I need to tell anyone? You can't kill me, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan said. Zhao Qin gnashed his teeth. I can't? Humph, I kept you alive for so long because of your talent, but now you'll pay for your betrayal. Devil palm. Zhao Qin struck with a 10-meter large black palm. The eerie pressure bore on Zhuo Fan, making the entire cave tremble along with the mountain. Zhuo Fan merely waved it off. Whoosh. The black palm vanished. Zhao Qin jerked, and the black dragon came out this time. His imperial mark. Zhuo Fan flicked with a muffled sound. The dragon was sent flying into Zhao Qin and forcing the latter a dozen steps back. He coughed blood and shuddered from the wounds. How? Why, you're at Qi condensation stage. Wrong, I'm at peak emperor stage like you. Zhuo Fan sipped his tea. Zhao Qin's eye twitched. Peak emperor? No. There's no way you could disregard my attack if that were so. I'm one of the mighty 8 emperors. Zhuo Fan snickered. But since you asked instead, I'll tell you. Be it the Wraith Art or Devil Palm, they all stem from my teaching you. Breaking them can't be easier. Zhao Qin's mind shuddered, looking at Zhuo Fan like he saw a ghost. Who the hell are you? Chapter 1262. What the hell? Chapter 1262. What the hell? Proofreader, Papatonks. Who do you think? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he stared at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin's face twitched, stammering, That's not possible. Master died, detonating his soul. He can't be alive. True, Zhuo Yifan couldn't have survived with his soul destroyed, could he? Zhuo Fan smiled. He died, but his yearning lived on, passed on to a dying youth in a strange coincidence as the second Zhuo Yifan. No, it should be just his thoughts that passed on. In the end, Zhuo Fan is not Zhuo Yifan. Zhao Qin's face twitched, looking confused. What does that mean? Are you Zhuo Yifan or Zhuo Fan? Both. The Zhuo Yifan of before is the Zhuo Fan of today. Zhuo Fan mocked. Fool, didn't you always want to know the 9 Serenity's secret records? This is one of its skills, yearning rebirth. Humans aren't just flesh and soul, but also of mind and desires. You are what your heart is. Zhao Qin shuddered, staggering back into the wall. Why, your master. Zhuo Fan smirked. Spare me, master. I was forced to do that. They made me. Please let me live. Zhao Qin plopped to the ground and kowtowed and whined. They are the ones who you should take your anger on, not me. Give me any command and I shall follow it. Bang. Zhao Qin kept knocking his head on the stone. Zhuo Fan merely smiled, yet his expression was devoid of sympathy. Once Zhao Qin got to his 100th banging, Zhuo Fan sighed. Idiot, who told you I wanted revenge on you? Master, why you'll let me go? Zhao Qin perked up with hope. Zhuo Fan grinned. We're master and disciple. I know they lured you after I've experienced their tactic. I could never blame you. Master, thank you so much. Zhao Qin went back to banging his head in gratitude. Zhuo Fan continued. Well, did you like cultivating the demon transformation art? The demon transformation art. Zhao Qin was puzzled. Isn't it the Nether script? Why? The demon transformation art is 9 Serenity's secret records' highest cultivation method. As a seeker of the demonic path, I of course would train in this cultivation method. How could I pass on to my disciple the Nether Sovereign's art? Oh, I see. Master passed on to me the 9 Serenity's secret record. Thank you, Master, thank you. Zhao Qin was overjoyed. Whether the Nether Sovereign or demonic sovereign, it was all the same to him. Zhuo Fan said, You haven't answered me. How was the cultivation method? It's incredible, Master. My strength multiplied in just a few months. I believe in just a few more, I'll become a saint, ha ha ha. Zhao Qin laughed with pride and madness. His face looked eerie with all the black energy around him. Zhuofan nodded. Whoosh. Zhao Qin went this way, no mistake. Look at the spiritual signature. Only he could leave such thick demonic energy. He must be nearby. It's them. Zhao Qin panicked. How did they find me? I'm sure I've removed all traces. Idiot. Zhao Qin found Zhuofan's gaze to be that of a scolding parent. And Master, what can I do for you? Didn't you say you wanted to obey me? Now go and kill them to redeem yourself. Zhuofan spoke. Atone for your betrayal and we will once again be master and disciple. Zhao Qin was thrilled. Yes, Master, understood. He rushed out on the spot, under Zhuofan's gaze. You never change, foolish disciple. Sword Emperor, you fools actually came to find me. Now you shall all die, ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor's team was looking around the mountain when Zhao Qin shouted with confidence, covered in a black energy so thick it wilted the nature around him. The five gasped at his appearance, going at him with full power. Zhao Qin, hand it over or today will be your last. Planning on stealing my cultivation method? Why not die instead, ha ha ha. Zhao Qin disregarded the five in his madness, unleashing black palms at the two like rain, devil palm, skybreaker, dazzling petals, wailing wraith. The five emperors struck back as well. The earth shook and the sky trembled under their might. Rocks fell in the black cave while the mountains around the area were reduced to dust plop. Under the huge backlash, each of them had their meridians strained. The Sword Emperor's group coughed blood and looked weakened. Zhao Qin also spat foul blood, but he still cackled, jumping back at them with all he had, despite his wounds. Boom. The devil palms finally thwarted the five emperors, with Zhao Qin looming over the defeated with a smug grin. Ha ha ha, I just have to kill them and then Master will forgive me. With the demonic sovereign's cultivation method, the world will be ours, hee hee. Blood rushed out of Zhao Qin's mouth as he spoke, soaking him in it. His mind was focused on the Sword Emperor's group, closing in for the kill. The guys totally lost it. The enchanting Empress looked tense. He's badly wounded yet still wants to fight us. He doesn't care about death. That's what makes it so frightening when fighting lunatics. You never know what they're capable of. The Sword Emperor's face shook, looking at Zhao Qin in fear. What's wrong with him? There's no order to his actions, only savagery as he stakes his life. With that cultivation method, he should be cautious, so why risk himself? Why has he gone mad? Damn it, I don't want to die at the hands of a deranged cultivator. The five watched as Zhao Qin got closer and closer. Zhao Qin had lost his mind, showing his bloody teeth as he stepped forth. Die, old fools, ha ha ha. The malevolent and terrifying Zhao Qin up and froze in mid-strike. The five watched with horror as black energy rushed around him. From inside, wails of agony and terror leaked, like that of a beast. Ah! Zhao Qin flayed on the ground in pain, before the shocked faces of the emperors. What's wrong with him? Zhao Qin's words left them baffled and shivering. And Master, what's happening? Save me, Master. Chapter 1263, Death. Chapter 1263, Death. Proofreader, Papatonks. Master? What is he talking about? It can't be Zhuo Yifan, right? The enchanting Empress raised an eyebrow. Didn't he die thousands of years ago? Why would he be calling his name? The Sword Emperor looked hard at the black energy and the flaying figure. I got it. His cultivation had been taken so extreme he went insane. He must be feeling guilty about Zhuo Yifan and is hallucinating. He wants to atone and that's why he calls out. The others found it logical. Zhao Qin had betrayed his master and gotten him killed. He had risen to his master's position as the new demonic emperor, but he had always been feeling guilty for his actions, so this is because his cultivation went astray. They all enjoyed Zhao Qin's torment and agony. Even as he squirmed, Zhao Qin wasn't spewing nonsense out of delusions, but really asking for his master's help. However, he should be thankful Zhuofan didn't finish the degenerate himself, idiot. Zhuofan sent in Zhao Chen's ear, who flopped on the ground. Master, save me. Can you tell me now what you discovered cultivating the demon transformation art? Help did not come, only Zhuofan's question. Zhao Chen was confused. Zhuofan said, Now you know why I didn't give you the 9 Serenities secret records. You're too greedy and without restraint. The demon transformation art speeds up cultivation, but do you think it'd be easy just by stealing others' efforts? Every time you steal, you must refine and clean your yuan qi, especially when it comes to taking a person's soul and regret. It would affect your body and eat you from the inside. I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have rushed it. Please save me. No, you're only half wrong. Zhuofan smiled. Even if you trained right, the demon transformation art wouldn't show its effect on you. Because it isn't complete. What? I omitted the cultivation method's very first warning, to renounce your old cultivation before starting anew. Zhuofan sighed. The demon transformation art wants you to absorb another person's cultivation, and for that, you must start afresh to succeed, or the old will mingle with the new and make progress impossible. The more you absorb, the more you err and the stronger the backlash. Then you, Zhao Chen, exclaimed. Zhuofan smirked. Yes, I feared you'd not live up to my expectations, so I tinkered with it. You never had the chance of using it right. On the other hand, you're impatient and would have failed even if I gave you the real deal. I did it just to be safe. Ha ha ha, so you came to take revenge on me. Zhao Chen cackled as he lay on his back, the dark energy surrounding him and disintegrating his legs. The pain was excruciating, but he had empty eyes full of despair. The 5 emperors were shocked. Now what's going on? Why did he stop? Zhao Chen's expression was flat. Master, you have the strength to take revenge on all the 8 emperors. Why did you go to such lengths? Fool, you're my disciple. It's your duty to have a taste of the same death I had. Also, letting you practice the demonic sovereign's cultivation method is to show you my inner conflict back then. Or you'd still curse me for being selfish even in death, and that you were right to betray me. Zhao Chen's mouth trembled as he teared up. The demonic sovereign's cultivation method is enticing but also deadly. It looks fast, but it tests your patience. Without self-control, the ending is the same one I'm having. The demon transformation art was the demonic sovereign's top cultivation method, truly demonic. I should have cleared my mind of all demons first before even attempting it. Master, I'm sorry. Zhao Chen cried in regret. Zhuofan sighed. Despite being late, you understand in the end. You can give the devil's fruit to others. Master, you trust me that much? Fool, you think I don't know you? What kind of demonic emperor would you be if not taking others down with you? Ha ha ha, yeah, the revenge isn't just for me alone to carry. Zhao Chen sneered and resisted the pain as he made his ring flash to reveal a jade slip. Let me help you, Master, in taking revenge by dragging all these fools to hell. You're the only one I ever respected, Master, while holding hatred for them. Whoosh! Zhao Chen lifted his hand and threw the jade slip, right before the 5's eyes. They all looked puzzled. Didn't you want it? Just like thousands of years ago, humph! Zhao Chen let out an eerie smirk. The others scrambled to get it first. The Sword Emperor, the eldest and the most hurt, turned out to be the fastest, holding the jade slip to his chest. The other 4 looked ready to fight him for it. Hey, Sword Emperor, don't hog it all. We're in this together. Sword Emperor, hand it over or you'll be sorry. Wait! The Sword Emperor shouted, startling them and barking. We don't know if it's real or not. Let me check it first. The others agreed, but their eyes never left the old man out of their sights. Afraid he might make off with it, the Sword Emperor scanned the jade slip and his eyes lit up. Yes, it's the nether script he shouted about. What are you waiting for? Let me see. The Wraith Emperor and the others were too impatient, but the Sword Emperor held a hand up. Don't get too excited. We need to clarify things first. Save it and hand it over. Do you plan to have it all for yourself? Stop spouting nonsense. Of course we must clarify things. Why did he just give it to us? Zhui Yifan took it to his grave. Ugh. The other looked at Zhao Chen with doubts. Zhao Chen had the black energy disintegrating him still. There's nothing odd about it, but it's the real deal. Or do you want my ring? You'll take it anyway once I die. As I am now, I can't take the cultivation method with me like my master did. Might as well give it to you so the sovereign's inheritance isn't lost. Zhao Chen threw them his ring. They scanned it and found it empty. The Sword Emperor nodded. All are honest before death. Zhao Chen, you're wiser than your master. Wise? Ha ha ha, as if. I just want to know what you plan to do with it. The Sword Emperor gave him a look. Why do you want to know? The Nether script is a sovereign cultivation method, but there's evil hidden inside, a hungry devil for thousands of years. My death is warranted, but who among you will be next? Ha ha ha. Zhao Chen cackled like a demon from hell as the black energy turned him to dust. The five shivered, not understanding Zhao Chen's last cry. Not that it mattered, since they had their wish, a sovereign's inheritance at long last. All their eyes were consumed by greed. Sword Emperor, each of us will hold a copy of it and cultivate. You can't. The Sword Emperor refused. The other four glared at him. You want it all for yourself. You saw Zhao Chen's end. Do you want to end up the same? The Sword Emperor pointed at the ashes. The others were solemn. Chapter 1264. Automatic Land Seceding. Chapter 1264. Automatic Land Seceding. Proofreader, Papatongs. The Sword Emperor gave them a cold glare. Zhao Chen cultivated it and went insane. We all saw how that went. It must be that we struck just as he trained, driving him mad and the cultivation method backlashing. Having others interrupt our cultivation would destroy us as well. What do you propose, Sword Emperor? Do you plan on killing everyone that knows about it, even Zhuofan? The Wraith Emperor added. The Sword Emperor shook his head. I have no suggestion. It'd be easy to kill Zhuofan, but then the Luo clan will know. We can kill the Luo clan, but then the demonic emperor's lands would be without a head, succumbing to chaos and drawing the Sacred Mountains' attention. Furthermore, the Sacred Mountains intend to replace the 8 emperors. So could we remove them as well? It's more than clear how impossible it is. Then how should we handle it? From Zhao Chen's cultivation, training in Nether script has 2 problems. One is time, needing a long and undisturbed period of cultivation. That means we need to enter seclusion, where no one can find us. Then the second is resources. That contradicts the first. We need to find a populated area, and that would mean leaving trails that would expose us, just like it did to Zhao Chen. Should we wage war like Zhao Chen? The Wraith Emperor proposed. We can fake conflict and use the war to gather materials. They all nodded. Great idea. It had to be a genius who came up with this grand idea. Oh, that was demonic emperor's aide, Zhuofan. The enchanting empress shook her head. No, while no one else knows, Zhuofan will. But like the Sword Emperor said, taking him out will lead to drawing the Sacred Mountains' attention. And they warned us not to repeat the past. Zhuofan did it because he threatened the 6th Sacred Mountain. We don't have that leverage. What now? The Wraith Emperor frowned. This won't do, and neither would that. Are we just going to not use this top cultivation method? The Sword Emperor smiled. Only a fool would do that. It all depends whether you are willing to give up your status. What do you mean? Like I said, we need solitude for this art, with only us knowing about it. Even from each other. Everyone is aware of our little trick. We part today, never to contact each other again, so that we don't frame each other and ruin ourselves. They all raised an eyebrow, nodding. All right, then what about materials? We're 8 emperors with large domains. We can just take from all of them. All of them? The enchanting empress shook. With so many people missing, it will catch the attention of the sacred mountains. The Sword Emperor sneered. This is what I want to warn you about. Do you have the gall to abandon your status as one of the 8 emperors? What? Yes, there will be widespread panic as people go missing en masse. It's impossible for us to remain as the 8 emperors. Losing the public support, you will never be obeyed even with superior strength. Who in the world will stick to a man-eating devil? The Sword Emperor's eyes shone with malice, laughing. It's not pleasant, I know, but we need to become devils to train in this script. Be it righteousness or demonic, we all seek the path to the sovereign stage, the great Tao. A few millions should be enough. Once we step on the sovereign stage, what need do we have of being the 8 emperors? We can even disregard the sacred mountains. The sacred domain will be ours. The Sword Emperor painted a pretty and enticing picture. The others' gazes turned savage as well. Nodding, they thus made copies of it, and each went to their sex without looking back. Like they said, the 8 emperors were now no more, but soon they would be the 5 sovereigns. They would meet next only as the rulers of the world. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Zhuofan appeared where Zhao Chen disintegrated, grinning. Fool, the geezers bought it. They will soon join you. The 5,000 years long grudge is coming to a close. Ha ha ha. He then vanished as well. A month later, on the renovated Devil Mountain, Li Jingtian rushed to Zhuofan with a smile. Steward Zhua, it's just as you said. Those 5 emperors' domains are in a panic. Scores of people are missing overnight. Everything is in chaos. The Ruby Cloud sect and the other sects have closed off from the mortal affairs. No one could get an audience with any of the 8 emperors. They are headless and panicking, hee. They learned from Zhao Qin and think the best way to train is by running away. Now that the leaders are gone, we can take all of their lands. Zhuofan ordered, Elder Li, go. Ready the men. Wait, there's no war. Just go take over. The Luo clan is more than experienced in dealing with local thugs. Li Jingtian slapped his chest in confidence. Steward Zhua, in half a month, we'll give you all of the 8 emperors' lands. Once the dragons are ready, we'll be on equal footing with the sacred mountains, he. Zhuofan nodded. Qiu Yanhai flashed before the 2 old Qiu. What's wrong? Li Jingtian patted his shoulder. Qiu Yanhai rolled his eyes, bowing to Zhuofan and reporting, Steward Zhua, there are 3 youths from the sacred mountains demanding an audience. They're waiting for the Luo clan. 3. Zhuofan asked, what stage? Peak emperors. Oh, they must be here to replace some of the 8 emperors. Zhuofan guessed, the sacred mountains are worried they can't restrain the mortals, so they sent 3 of them from the start. With the Gambling Emperor and Falcon Emperor dead, 2 spots are vacant. The demonic emperor is gone, but no one knows it, while the 5 remaining emperors will never come out. That leaves youths taking over the positions. Humph, we finally got the old fools to shirk their status, and now the sacred mountains came to spoil it. I'll go take their heads. Li Jingtian raged and stomped, but Zhuofan stopped him. Elderly, it's fine. They're nothing but ignorant whelps. A few words from me and they will be in my control. Killing them will ruin things instead. Really? Li Jingtian blinked, but Steward Zhua, those superior sacred mountains' young masters are so obnoxious in their arrogance. They don't know anything about our world, yet they plan on ruling us. They won't just give their lands to us. Won't it be hard? Hard? No such thing. It's like taking candy from a baby, ha ha ha. Zhuofan laughed. You said it yourself, they don't know anything and act arrogant. Then we will stroke their egos, giving them a little something. While the true power will be with the Luo clan, which is seasoned in handling the lands. The 3 raised an eyebrow then cracked up. Zhuofan went to the Luo clan with Qiu Yanhai to see the young masters entering the main hall. They saw 2 youths taking the main seats and grimacing at each sip of tea. Another sat below, dangling his legs in boredom, entitled pricks at their finest. They take the main seat in another's house and ignore everyone. Zhuofan restrained a smile, bowing. Oh, guests from the sacred mountains, forgive my delay. Do you have any idea how long we've waited? You're too damn slow. The youth in the main seat sneered. Zhuofan nodded. It's my mistake. It is my fault for being born with only 2 legs and unable to greet you on time. Ha ha ha, elder brother, hear that? Can you imagine a person with 4 legs? That was hilarious. The man in the main seat cracked up with the others joining him. The tense mood was gone in a blink. Luo Yunchang and the girls listened in from outside and giggled. The sacred mountains sent paupers for the 8 emperors. Zhuofan was clearly sarcastic, yet they laughed. The scorn flew right over them. By sending these fools to be 8 emperors, the sacred mountains show their utter disregard for human lives beneath their feet. And they expect them to control the sacred domain? Murong Shui lamented over the people's fate, being at the mercy of fools. Chapter 1265, Chaos. Chapter 1265, Chaos. Proofreader, Papatongs. Zhuofan bowed with a smile. How may I address you, young masters? Su Tianchuan of the 3rd Sacred Mountain. The leader spoke with his head held high. The second guy chuckled. Chu Xiangfeng of the 5th Sacred Mountain. Wu Qingqiu of the 7th Sacred Mountain. The last one huffed. Zhuofan nodded at their self-important introduction. How may I help you young masters today? How? Su Tianchuan mocked. We hear that you're the demonic emperor's aide and most familiar with the 8 emperors. We came to see you so that we can understand the situation. Young masters, you honor me. It's nothing great, just. Su Tianchuan frowned. I'm sure you know why we're here. We 3 want to meet with the 8 emperors and discuss the circumstances of their domains, yet everywhere we went we found no one. We had no choice but to come to the demonic emperor, but we heard that Devil Mountain was flattened a few months ago. We reckoned that the demonic emperor had to be missing, so we came to you instead. To be frank, the 8 emperors don't look after their lands, going around all day long. Now they've vanished out of nowhere? It's outrageous. We had to run around all over the place until we could barely walk. The 3 grew angry. Zhuofan smiled and shook his head. Young masters, it's still not my place to speak. It's best to wait for them and clarify things. I'm sorry that I can't stay, but I must get back to work. Hold on! Su Tianchuan shouted. You look like you know something about this. Tell us. Young masters, I'm in no position to discuss the 8 emperors. Hey, I told you to speak. You fear them or us? The 3 glared. They're the 8 emperors, but we'll be part of them soon enough, but we're also part of the sacred mountains. Refuse us and your life is forfeit. Zhuofan gasped and played the frightened chicken under that threat. Young masters, how can I not say? Whoosh. The trio looked smugly at him. I only ask that you don't get angry. Zhuofan sighed. Young masters, a few months ago, the 8 emperors met and had a heated argument about your arrival at Devil Mountain. What did they argue about? They, Zhuofan smirked, argued about how to deal with sirs. A what? Bam! They slapped the table in outrage. They have some nerve. Are they itching to die? Young masters, they knew their strength and couldn't be open about it. So they could only operate in hiding. How? Talk already? Who knows? Young masters came to replace some of the 8 emperors. Once this happens, there's no doubt that the sacred mountains will replace all of the 8 emperors. Zhuofan looked around and leaned over as he whispered, The Sword Emperor said to never let you succeed. Bam! Su Tianchuan slammed the table hard. Humph, what gall! They can do nothing against us controlling the lands. They don't need to stop you. As long as they don't do anything, you will just screw up naturally. What? Bam! Su Tianchuan punched the table. What did he mean? Hey, don't the sacred mountains' entitled pricks know anything else besides hitting tables? Juofan's face twitched at the deep palm imprint in the table. He said young masters lack common sense and experience with the people below and will cause chaos. They just have to wait. Once you ruin everything, the sacred mountains will just call you back and ask them to clean up. That will make 8 emperors crucial to the sacred domain and to the sacred mountains. At the very least, they can't be replaced. Humph, as if. Those decrepit fools are too cocky. The trio laughed. We are all great talents of the sacred mountains, yet we can't control the meager lands of the emperors. Juofan nodded. Yeah, the demonic emperor thought the same, persuading others not to go against you, but he got pulled into hiding with them, to force the mess on you, young masters. As a result, the demonic emperor refused and thus, what? They killed the demonic emperor. Juofan looked devastated. They said if the demonic emperor helped you, then the sacred mountains would get in their way and they would become enemies with the mountains, dying in the end. So they killed the demonic emperor and retreated. The disaster on Devil Mountain is proof of this. With 5 against 1, the demonic emperor had no chance. Bam! The 3 slapped the table again. Outrageous, they aren't loyal and stop others from being loyal to us as well. Are those bastards underestimating us? Humph, we'll look after your lands and set them straight. Just you wait. The trio flicked their sleeves and walked out with supreme confidence. Young masters, aren't you here to replace 3 emperors? This is the best chance. The gambling emperor and falcon emperor are gone, while the demonic emperor is dead as well. Young masters can just take their land. You'll take it for now while we go after the 5 emperors' lands to settle. Su Tianchuan waved carelessly and laughed. We'll show those hiding fools how their lands will be peaceful without them. Nothing will change. They still want to be emperors? As if, ha ha ha. The trio laughed and faded away. Juofan grinned in disdain. Bunch of fools is what you are. I'll be waiting here for you to come crying back. Whoosh. Li Jingtian came over. Steward Zhua, should we continue our takeover with them taking over? Wait a few days. Juofan chuckled. Once they send the lands into chaos, we have the perfect reason to take them for ourselves, ha ha. Li Jingtian snickered along. 3 months later, Devil Mountain was restored and Juofan sat in the main hall's main seat with a grin. After so many years, I'm back where I was. Steward Zhua. Li Jingtian rushed in with a grin. They're all in chaos, ha ha ha. Juofan asked, what chaos? The Emperor's lands all are in chaos besides ours. Li Jingtian was excited. Those 5 went into hiding to kidnap people. Then, when people's fears were greatest, the Sacred Mountains youths came to take over. The people were hopeful and the youths happy, thinking they'd soon found the missing people. Only there has been no clue as to where they went. The report angered the young masters, saying the old fools were messing with their affairs. So they were punished, stipulating that they had to find the missing people in 3 days or all heads will roll. As you can imagine, thousands of people died, whole clans and even children. Now everyone lives in fear of the 3 young masters. Now they themselves have no one to order around, with the people leaving their homes and lives they built for generations instead of dealing with them. While the population in the demonic emperor's domain is growing constantly. Juofan nodded. I knew those pricks were crude and would mess up the lands big time. They only care for results and not the people. Soon, those lands will be left empty. Right? Those 3 are getting restless too, going after the fleeing people. If one escapes, their whole family is executed. They made a slaughterhouse, wanting to kill people for staying and for leaving, ha ha ha. Juofan leaned back on his seat. With the lands in chaos, they will soon turn to us, ha ha ha. Chapter 1266. Emperor Lands Takeover. Chapter 1266. Emperor Lands Takeover. Proofreader, Papatongs. In a refined study, Chu Xiangfeng was pacing around anxiously and was soaked in his own sweat. Su Tianchuan held a jade slip and muttered to himself. He ended up smashing it on the table to pieces, looking up with a frown. How do we reply? Reply to what? Wu Qianxiu's face shook, looking pained. We're 3 months into our mission and the elders asked us about the situation. How do we answer? Everyone is fleeing from us. Many clans that mine and gather herbs all went into hiding. The resources have completely stopped being sent to the sacred mountains. How do we explain this to the elders? Think of something. I have. We tried everything we could think of, threats and rewards, but nothing works. We don't have any more people, they're gone. We're from the sacred mountains, yet why are they leaving us? Su Tianchuan's face twitched and grimaced. It has to be a ploy the 8 emperors are playing. They want us to become laughingstocks. How else do you explain the ruined control after all the hard work we've done? We've always been focused on searching for the missing people, so why are the rest leaving us? Something is afoot for sure. Yes, these wretched people should die for not living up to our goodwill. Chu Xiangfeng's eyes flashed as he spat. I've never worked harder in my life. Yet they're still ungrateful? Humph, elder brother, I say we're too lenient and need to be harsher. The next group of people that leave or stop gathering are to be killed along with their entire clan for 10 generations, include the neighbors as well. Kill all of them. I refuse to believe they'll run then. Humph. Bam. Su Tianchuan slammed the table. All you know is killing. What use would that do? Instead of running, they're dead. What do you suggest, elder brother? Su Tianchuan squinted. Where are they going anyway? A few live in remote areas while most go to the demonic emperor's domain. The demonic emperor. Su Tianchuan muttered. The demonic emperor is dead, with no one governing them. Yet they're still going there? Steward Zhuofan must have some skill like they say, since he has the least chaotic area with no independent warlords present. We made slight mistakes here, but we're still united here. There's no war, so there's no reason to run away, especially over there. Brother's right. The other 2 agreed they were wrong about one thing. Even without Zhuofan, the demonic emperor's lands would still be stronger even with their infighting pa. Su Tianchuan slapped the table again. Let's go see Zhuofan. Elder brother, what for? To help us with the chaos. You can't. Chu Xiangfeng shook his head. That will mean we're as useless as the 8 emperors say. It's a disgrace. Su Tianchuan mocked. You call that disgrace? Zhuofan is but a steward, not one of the 8 emperors. The demonic emperor used him for his assistance, and so can we. We'll still earn the credit for it. We have to do something or this year's transport of resources to the sacred mountains won't happen. When our masters and senior uncles come and find out the mess we're in, won't we disgrace ourselves by calling back the 8 emperors? Then the sacred mountains will have no reason to replace them, and we'll be the laughingstock for ruining those old guys' plans. Chu Xiangfeng gave a heavy nod. A month later, the 3 walked in with their heads held high into Devil Mountain's main hall. Zhuofan welcomed them with a smile and a bow. Young masters, you honor us with your visit. Enough crap, we need you for something. Su Tianchuan grew impatient as he sat down on the main seat. The other 2 sat at his side. What do you think this is, your house? Zhuofan's face twitched. Ha ha ha, how may I be of service? Nothing much, we just encountered a slight setback in our lands. Can you handle it? Slight. Morons, you call everyone jumping ship a slight setback? These guys have no idea of the severity of it all. The leaders all knew that population was production, fighting force and generated talent. The 8 emperors looked at who was strongest in terms of lands, but it was actually population who had the most people was the strongest. The 8 emperors fought for lands to gain their resources, but also the people. The bigger the domain, the more people it could hold. No matter how deep the grudges, they would never touch the common folk. Only another emperor's men. Once the population dropped, it would affect their position, their life and their fate, but these brats call the loss of people a slight setback. Humph, they'd have been killed ages ago if not for Sacred Mountains having their backs, regardless of being new 8 emperors. It was also why Zhuofan only thought of the insults and didn't voice them. Since I can't touch you, I'll just control you, Humph. Zhuofan put on a sinister smile. It can't be easier. Oh? Su Tianchuan asked. You can make the fleeing people return and pacify them? Zhuofan nodded. It's very easy. When it comes to pacifying, I'm quite good at it. You can see for yourself how there's not the slightest trouble even with the inflow of people into the demonic emperor's domain. Then we'll leave it to you. Bye. Su Tianchuan stood and left in a good mood, already celebrating his win. Zhuofan rushed to say, Wait. Wah! Without the demonic emperor, everyone is only listening to me because the demonic emperor had given me his power before he died. I am the head steward here, but to intervene in your lands, I will also need a name to earn people's trust and make things smoother. Easy, we'll call you whatever you want. Su Tianchuan clapped his hands. From now on, you are the great steward of all the 8 emperors' lands. Your word is our word. We're behind you all the way. Anyway, it's in your hands now. Do it well and you'll be rewarded. Fail and it's off with your head. Zhuofan nodded with a smile. Understood. The 3 of them left in joy. Zhuofan called Li Jingtian over. It's time for us to take all the 8 emperors' lands. You know what to do. Worry not, Steward Zhua. We're doing as you asked and taking care of all incoming people into the demonic emperor's domain, instilling in them the highest opinion of the Luo clan's honor and kindness. As long as we take them back, we will soon take all the power of all the lands. Zhuofan nodded. Go. He used the 3 useless bums of the Sacred Mountains to get his hands on all the land. For whoever had the people's ear had the world. And to win their ear, one needed to get their respect. All who received the Luo clan's care went back home at the clan's request, proclaiming its honor and kindness. Thus, all the suffering people branded the clan as their savior. The Luo clan's experts were assigned new posts to pacify the people, making it that much easier. In order to quash the panic, Zhuofan used his new title the entitled pricks gave him to remove their harsh laws with kinder treatment. He took out many of the clan's assets to re-establish the people that had left. Of course, Zhuofan did not forget to leave the right name behind when doing every good deed. The Luo clan thus became the most respected clan everywhere. When the clan also found some criminals that kidnapped people, their popularity was at an all-time high. The Sacred Mountains pricks were nothing compared to the Luo clan, who actually showed results. The 3 ruled in name only, while the people only answered to the Luo clan. Zhuofan got his wish in uniting all the lands in just half a year. With the approval of those 3, this was far easier than imposing his own will on them. The local rulers were more than happy the Luo clan came to govern them, making no trouble whatsoever. They hailed them as their saviors from a world of hurt. Chapter 1267, Nitpicking. Chapter 1267, Nitpicking. Proofreader, Papatongs. The criminals are only scapegoats. In a study, Zhuofan wore a smile as he bowed to the shocked Su Tianchuan. Chu Xiangfeng looked skeptical. You're saying you have no clue why so many people are missing? Yes, but we don't need to find out anyway. Why? Ha ha ha, people care for stability. With so many missing persons, it weighs heavy on their mind, making them uneasy. It's good the missing people happened over a short period. The culprit must have gone into hiding. To calm the populace, we just have to find some scapegoat. Zhuofan laughed, leaving the 3 young masters speechless. Su Tianchuan sighed. That's just wicked. Steward Zhua, how do we reply to this jade slip when the missing people matter isn't solved? Easy, just don't include it. Zhuofan snickered. Young masters, with the whole of the 8 emperors' lands at peace, you can say you've done all you can to make production thrive and leave out the small stuff, including this. The missing people case can't be reported or it will affect your reputation. Su Tianchuan hesitated. Won't that mean lying to the elders? How adorable and gullible! Young Master Su, it's not lying but thoughtfulness. Zhuofan duped. Young Master, the seniors on the Sacred Mountains have a lot on their minds and are worried about you. Telling them every little setback will only make them anxious. It's all in the past now anyway. The results are also good and there's no need to make them angry. It would be very bad if they end up disappointed in you. The three nodded, with Chu Xiangfeng smiling. Oh, Steward Zhua is right. Elder brother, let's not bother Master and the others. We have to think of them as well. Ha ha ha, right, thoughtful, being a caring disciple is important. Su Tianchuan was awkward but he sighed in the end. He had no intention of reporting something he failed to do. What he was most afraid of was the other two pinning it on him. It was best for all three to come to a decision together. Then there's Steward Zhua. Su Tianchuan smiled. Thank you for your proposal, Steward Zhua. I'll be sure not to inconvenience our elders, ha ha ha. That isn't good either. Zhuofan now behaved modestly. The Sacred Mountains elders love their disciples. They must care so much about you, and since no one is perfect, they can overlook some mistakes you make as part of the new 8 emperors. By saying so, you make them worry again since they think you're overworking for their sake. Then what do you propose? Just add some slight incongruities. Zhuofan put on a sinister smile, whispering, nothing too important, only the small stuff. While the missing persons case is to be omitted, you could just say that only 10 or 100 went missing. You won't say that you haven't found the culprits, but that you had a hard time finding some accomplices after months of searching, then executed them. I believe the seniors would be proud of you. The trio nodded with joy, and Su Tianchuan wrote a reply under Zhuofan's indications. The Sacred Mountains sent these three to become part of the 8 emperors, but really to grasp more concrete control over everything. But a couple words from Zhuofan and the pricks ended up in his control. Instead, Su Tianchuan laughed as he finished. Steward Zhua, you're amazing. Please prepare a draft before each report from now on. My thoughts exactly. This would pull the wool over the Sacred Mountains' eyes, blind to the real situation in the sacred domain. Besides, the rear was now assured, and all he had to do was wait for the dragons to give the signal to attack the Sacred Mountains. Zhuofan was meticulous, looking after the smallest detail. But when man proposes, God disposes. Luring the 8 emperors away from the big picture, and letting them nibble at the sacred domain would turn out to be a pickle later on, something even Zhuofan didn't expect. He was no god after, and wasn't all-knowing whoosh. A jade slip flew inside a large hall on the 7th sacred mountain, landing in an elder's hand. He smiled, and as he read, the plan is going smoothly. The brats are doing a decent job. I was worried they might mess it up. This shows our disciples are the best of the best, true paragons, ha ha ha. We sent the 3 ahead to get used to things there. But now it seems the 8 emperors' lands will soon be a part of the Sacred Mountains. We'll know the instant the fated man appears and be there to snatch the opportunity. Another elder agreed. The others looked just as pleased. The 7 Sacred Mountains had been the peak of humanity ever since they came to be formed. But 100 years ago, the sky changed that, a sign that a new human would take the throne and even become sovereign. They could never tolerate anyone better than them, or let this event birth a sovereign. So they chose to control everything to stop it. Only they had the right to ascend to sovereignty. What of old he from the 6th sacred mountain? While the mountain lords convene, he's running off somewhere. One elder glanced at the empty chair. The elder in the main seat chuckled. No point in waiting for him. He won't come. Why? Haven't you heard? His son was killed near Ruby Cloud Sect. The people below are still searching for clues over the past year without result. He could no longer wait and went down himself. Himself? A mountain lord, ha ha ha. Doesn't he have capable people? That was before. And now? There's been no message from any of them for a year. Someone must have got to them. Oh! They all cried out. First his son and now the scouts? Someone's after our 7 sacred mountains, or is it just the 6th sacred mountain? An elder with a beard shook his head. Troubled times are coming. Maybe the omen of 100 years ago is taking place. In the enchanting Empress lands, a rough man with a bamboo hat walked on a crowded street. He glanced around and grabbed a woman's arm. She cried out, "What are you doing? Where's the enchanting Empress?" "I don't know. You're wearing Ruby Cloud sex attire, so how can you not know?" Talk. The big man had a tight grip on her hand. She teared up under the pain. "I really don't know. Master vanished overnight along with many of my sisters. Let go of me." "How come you're still here?" "I went to see my lover that night and found them gone when I came back." The big man paused and gave her an odd look. "What's going on?" "The broads ran too fast." "Was it out of guilt over my son's death?" He showed his bearded face and threw the woman aside, but then he asked, "Anything strange happened before the enchanting Empress left? Maybe she acted oddly?" "Nothing, just..." "What?" "Shortly after she vanished, many cities around became void of people. The same happened to other emperors' lands. All the people vanished. The mountain lord's suspicion grew, and the same occurred in the other lands." "Yes. Curses, just who can do it? Who can take so many people without a sign?" The mountain lord frowned. "Even a saint can't do it. Unless they listen to his orders. But who is it?" The mountain lord was deep in thought, giving the chance for the woman to escape as she cursed him for being insane. Chapter 1268, Madness. Chapter 1268, Madness. Proofreader, Papatonks. Ignoring the fleeing woman, Mountain Lord, he focused on his own thoughts. A shout broke through his concentration, with the street bustling with activity. "Look, the Luo clan made an announcement." Everyone rushed in that direction, leaving Mountain Lord he baffled. There's nobody surnamed Luo among the 8 emperors. Mountain Lord he walked over as well and saw a golden paper on the gatehouse. His eyes picked up on Zhuofan's name. "Where have I heard this name?" Mountain Lord he muttered. The enchanting Empress said that the demonic emperor had a shrewd man under him related to Chu Qingqing. But since he's working for the demonic emperor, what's he doing in the enchanting Empress lands? While he was baffled, the people around him started talking and cleared his doubts. The Luo clan is honorable and kind. They looked after us in our time of need, and now they're saying they're using their own wealth to help rebuild our homes. It's such a blessing to have them governing us instead. Those 8 emperors fought non-stop, and we could only bear the suffering. With the Luo clan in charge of all the lands and stewardship was eminent status, the world is at peace, ha ha ha. Luo clan ruling the 8 lands. Mountain Lord he grabbed a man and shouted, "What the hell are you spouting? Aren't they under the 8 emperors? How can the Luo clan take over?" The man winced in pain and looked at him with apprehension. "Have you been living under a rock or something? That's old news. A year ago, 3 emperors died and the rest vanished. There's no 8 emperors anymore." "What about the new emperors from the sacred mountains? Did they run away?" "Them." At their mention, the man looked sneered despite the pain. "You call those devils emperors? They threw all the lands in chaos the minute they took charge. There were more deaths than from even an 8 emperors' war. Plus, to make matters worse, those 3 devils were unreasonable. It's only thanks to the Luo clan's kindness and steward Zhuo's wise guidance that this mess was dealt with. Or all of the emperor's lands would have been deserted, with people fleeing into the mountains. Just ask around. Everyone hates those pricks. We'd have long since revolted if not for them having the sacred mountains behind them." Mountain Lord he's hand shook and he released him. "Where are the fools now? Who knows? Anyway, we all follow the Luo clan's lead. No one cares about them. Guess they couldn't live with the shame of staying around and must have run back to sacred mountains." Pa! A crisp slap rang and the person tumbled to the ground with a bleeding mouth from the shattered teeth. Why did you hit me? It's already enough mercy that I only slapped you after you slandered the sacred mountain's disciples. Mountain Lord, he glared. Beat it! The man flinched and scrambled away. The crowd scattered to stay clear of his ire. Only Mountain Lord he was left. Along with the bright and dazzling announcement, he tore the announcement to pieces before walking away with pride. Humph! I'll check on the Ruby Cloud sect first. I'll handle the Luo clan later. An hour later, Mountain Lord he was before Ruby Cloud sect, finding it run down and deserted. Mountain Lord, he roared. Enchanting Empress, show yourself! The booming voice shook the heavens and the mountain range trembled. Alas, no one came to meet him. Mountain Lord he was looking dark. That broad is hiding. But where did she go? Crack! At the sound, Mountain Lord he shot over there and arrived at a spring where someone was shaking like a leaf. He yanked the girl's shoulder. Don't kill me! Master, don't kill me! The girl's messy hair was blown away, and he recognized her as a Ruby Cloud sect disciple. He cried, Where's the Enchanting Empress? Talk. Enchanting Empress! The woman's spirit snapped and she wailed. No, don't kill me, master, please. What could have driven this girl to madness? Mountain Lord he looked at her with a cold eye and pierced her skull with his fingers, letting the blood dye her face red. The girl's eyes bugged out and she grimaced in pain. Mountain Lord he showed an evil smile. Girl, don't worry, the soul-separating art will trigger your memories so you can remember. Now tell me, who are you? Ruby Cloud sect's head disciple, Fong Min. The woman's face swelled like a red balloon, stammering from pain. Her answer was flat, like her mind was gone. Her soul was in this guy's hand, making it impossible to lie. Even mad as she was, her soul still held memories as she retold everything she knew. Mountain Lord he said, Do you know where the Enchanting Empress went? Yes, Hidden Dragon Mountain, Broken Cave. What's she doing there? See, cultivating. Cultivating what? Mountain Lord he roared. Fong Min's terror was reawakened and her soul trembled as her face grimaced harder. I don't know. A master turned scary. She's turning people to dust and her temper is getting wilder. She can't have enough people, so she used my sisters to train. Even Senior Aunt May fell. I managed to escape amidst the chaos. She wants to get me back. No, I can't go back, I can't act. Fong Min's eyes were filled with terror and her soul reacted the same way. With a boom, she detonated her spirit, ravaging the deserted Ruby Cloud sect, leveling half of it. When the dust settled, Mountain Lord he brushed away the dirt on his clothes and looked puzzled. The Enchanting Empress kidnapped people to cultivate? But what kind of evil skill is she training in to cause her disciple to go mad? Mountain Lord he sneered. Fine, I'll see for myself what you broads are up to. Mountain Lord he vanished 2 weeks later. Before Broken Cave on Hidden Dragon Mountain, there was blood everywhere. He knew he was at the right place and rushed inside. The scene shocked him to the core. The cavern was huge, yet before him, the mountains of bones almost filled it. There was also a lot of dust and scraps of clothing everywhere. It looked more like a graveyard. Waving the dust away and the scraps, Mountain Lord he grasped one clothing scrap in particular. This was very familiar to him, belonging to his son. It was the same one Enchanting Empress showed it to him, and now he was seeing it here. Rotten Biddy, get out now. You killed my son, didn't you? I'll rip you to pieces for fooling me. Mountain Lord he roared and the mountain shook. Tornadoes wrecked the cavern. Hi. A shrill cry reached his ears, and a woman in gorgeous clothing appeared among the ashes. Her hair was messy, and she had a dark face with black energy oozing out of her. Her eyes looked distressed, but more mad than anything. Brother Dong, you finally came to see me. When will you take me to the sacred mountains for us to live together? Chapter 1269, Vajra and Demon. Chapter 1269, Vajra and Demon. Proofreader, Papatonks. Yenner. Mountain Lord. His eyes shook as he regarded the familiar clothes and grew outraged. Enchanting Empress, are you mad? What's with this creepy look? The Enchanting Empress gave him a coy look. Why, Brother Dong, didn't you like me because of my looks? Now. You were a charming lady before, but now just an old biddy warped into a monster. What a joke. He Haodong, you don't get to say that. The Enchanting Empress bit back. I aged because I scouted 9 Serenity's tomb for you and the demonic energy infected me. I've done so much for you, you ungrateful pig, yet you only ever see me as your lapdog to use and discard. You gave me so many sweet promises back then, saying you'd take me to the sacred mountains. Yet when I got older, you didn't visit me once. The only reason you ever showed up again was because of Qingqing 100 years ago. He Haodong sneered. Ungrateful? You have some nerve. Didn't you come on to me for something? We simply made a deal. We had fun for a while, and I gave you an earth cultivation method from the sacred mountains to get your emperor title. I'm the reason a broad like you got to stand tall among the other vicious men. Stop spouting rubbish. I wanted more than that. You said you'd take me to the sacred mountains. You were the most beautiful in the sacred domain, but the sacred mountains is a place based on bloodlines. A lowly nobody has no right to enter. Why did you promise me? You actually took those pillow talks seriously? Yenner, you were never that naive. He Haodong held his head high. I was the 6th sacred mountain lord's successor, and I was not about to ruin my future over some broad. I'll be honest, you had no chance of stepping on sacred mountains, even if you were forever as enchanting as your younger self. Why you? The Enchanting Empress glared at him, and she grew more hideous in her rage. Her black energy grew thicker. He Haodong gave her a look of disgust. Look at you, so vile and ghastly. I'm sick just by looking at you. And what is this? He Haodong finally got to the point, holding the ashes in his hand. I don't care what abominable art you're into, but you better explain this to me. Why are these the same as the one you left me when my son died? Did you kill him? Red Eyes stared at him with mockery and madness. Ha ha ha, what do you think, Brother Dong? You did it. He Haodong grew furious. He was my only son, you stinking broad. How cruel. The Enchanting Empress sneered. Only son? Ha ha ha, that's what you get for everything you've done. You could have had another son, but you were too savage and heartless, preferring to. The Enchanting Empress rubbed her belly. None is better than some stinking half-breed. He Haodong spat. The Enchanting Empress cackled. Since Lord Saint doesn't cherish it, or me, you could have killed me then. He Xiaofeng was your only son, so how could I stay my hand from your son? Ha ha ha. Did you really kill my son? He Haodong barked. Die, you bloody hag. The Enchanting Empress sneered, and flicked her hand, turning into black mist and flying out of the cave. He Haodong, let's fight outside. Stand still, you hag. Whoosh. The two flew outside, and the Enchanting Empress looked back at him with laughter. She was wrapped in black energy, with 2 black flowers wearing ghastly faces towering 1,000 meters above He Haodong's sacred body. He Haodong gasped, You're a saint? Impossible. You never advanced in thousands of years, yet now you succeeded in just a year? The cultivation method I gave you could never have helped you. Ha ha ha, He Haodong. I knew you didn't want me on the sacred mountains, so how could you give me a good cultivation method? But when man proposes, God disposes. The sacred mountains aren't the only ones with the best cultivation methods. I found one down here. Humph, cocky much? A mere early Saint Broad can't do anything against a peak saint like me. He Haodong shot in the air with a disdainful smile. With a swift turn, thunderous lightning appeared around him, and suddenly, a furious Vajra wielding 12 divine swords emerged around him, 300 meters tall, exuding an imposing and ferocious aura. Just as they appeared, they had already caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Vajra and the demon faced each other. Staring at the Thunder Giant, the enchanting Empress recalled the past for a moment, then her gaze turned manic. The demonic body shot forth, and 2 black lotuses on its back flew out, turning into bloody mouths, biting at the Thunder Giant. Bam! In a burst of lightning, the 2 dark flowers turned to nothing before they could strike. The Vajra held a thunder sword with a fierce and imposing aura. As Haodong watched, he sneered. He seized the advantage and directed the giant to charge. His other hand grabbed another thunder sword from his back and slashed so fast he unleashed 72 strikes in a blink. When they stopped, a deafening explosion occurred and the demon shattered to pieces. The enchanting Empress stumbled, falling to the ground and spewing blood. She was pale as her innards were lacerated, her life hanging by a thread. Haodong withdrew his sacred body and walked over with malice. He grabbed the enchanting Empress by the neck and roared, "Damn broad, you killed my son, and I'll send you to hell for this." The enchanting Empress sneered like a demon wanting to send the world into oblivion. "Do you not fear death?" Haodong raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Then I won't kill you, but I'll make you wish I did, ha ha ha." The enchanting Empress had the same sneer on her face. Haodong was puzzled. "You must have lost your mind. You think I can't do it? There's nothing a heartless man like you wouldn't do, ha ha ha." The enchanting Empress mocked. "I'm laughing at you, for you can never make me beg for death." "What was that?" I said. "You can never make my life worse for an already dying woman." Ha ha ha. Her laughter was tinged with sadness and bitterness. Haodong felt conflicted, but then he looked down to see the black energy enveloping her and turning her to dust. She was fading faster and faster, starting with her legs. "What is this? Brother Dong?" The enchanting Empress gave him a taunting look. "I knew this would be my end before I even fought you. It's great that I can let go of all the anger and grief for so many years before dying. But you will never get the chance. You will never know who really killed your son, ha ha ha." "A what?" Haodong barked and shook her. "You didn't kill my son? Then who did? Tell me." The enchanting Empress closed her eyes as the black energy ate her alive. In the moment of her death, her mouth formed a bitter smile. "A steward joie, you were excellent. Everyone fell for your trick. I should have known that the demonic emperor's cultivation method and He Xiaofeng's death, as well as Qingqing's disappearance, were related to you. I just wanted a sovereign cultivation method so badly that I didn't care about anything else. Of everyone, you are the only winner standing, easily taking over all the lands with us unable to climb out of this damning cultivation method. What a deep mind, what a thorough plan! But I am not going to pass on this cruel cultivation method on my deathbed like you gave it to us. I'm sorry to disappoint. I may hate him, but I once loved him, despite him not caring, ha ha ha. Enchanting Empress, tell me now, damn it, who killed my son?" Haodong was outraged at her silence. The enchanting Empress closed her eyes. "I won't tell you. I won't let you get revenge for another woman's son. It's my last selfish wish." "Enchanting Empress, farewell." A familiar voice entered her ears. Chapter 1270. Sacred Mountains Outrage. Chapter 1270. Sacred Mountains Outrage. Proofreader, Papatonks. The enchanting Empress' brow shook. "Zhuofan? You can call me an old friend, demonic Emperor Zhuoyifan." "What?" "Not many knew of your affair back then, but some of the 8 emperors did, including me." Zhuofan had his eyes closed. "Not far sending. I'm doing this to settle our age-long grudge. I gave you the chance to settle your affair, but you chose not to. So that's why." The enchanting Empress chuckled. "You came back and now you live up to your name in uniting our lands. For you were the strongest among us." The black energy surged and the enchanting Empress was swallowed up, leaving behind nothing but dust. Haodong's grip now held ashes and broken cloth, just like his son. He looked at the sky, confused, and roared, "What the hell is going on? Who killed my son? Where is Chu Qingqing? Is the enchanting Empress innocent or not?" You'll know in time. There's no need to be hasty, Mountain Lord he. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and he snickered. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his body as he left a month later. Zhuofan went to the Luo clan's base and entered his study with a smile. He gave a bookcase a light push and it slided to reveal a shelf with 8 pieces of wood holding the names of the 8 emperors. 3 of them were missing. He took out the Enchanting Empress token and smiled. Farewell, Enchanting Empress. Zhuofan flicked it behind him. It burned in midair, landing in a brazier. Zhuofan! Chu Qingqing burst in with a broad smile, but the row of emperor tokens left her startled. What are you doing? Zhuofan smiled and shrugged. Nothing, just cleaning. Cleaning? These? Chu Qingqing gave the tokens a skeptical look, feeling uneasy at the missing ones. Then she turned to the piece burning in the brazier, enough remaining for her to discern the Enchanting Empress being written on it. Why did you burn my master's token? Oh, Qingqing, you care so much about the murder that tormented your family. Chu Qingqing was grave, shaking her head. I don't. She hurt my family, but she is still my master that raised me for a century. How would you choose if you had to kill her? Zhuofan was solemn. Chu Qingqing shuddered and teared up. I don't know. I just can't face her. Zhuofan, I don't know what to do. It's good that you don't know. Zhuofan held her shoulder, sighing. You don't need to know, but I won't lie to you. Your master is dead. What? I'm a man who can differentiate between personal and public matters. If I were you, I would have burned with revenge, going after her life for killing my family. But as she raised me and became my master, as a disciple, I should be filial. Zhuofan looked her in the eye. You no longer have to kill her. If you're still concerned, hold her last rites, for all she has done for you. Of course, this is what I'd do. If you find anything painful, just do what your heart tells you and forget what I said. Chu Qingqing rushed to say, No, you're right, opening my eyes. I could never strike her, but the least I can do is hold her last rites as her disciple, for peace of mind. Great, go tell the rest and get ready. Chu Qingqing nodded with a smile, leaving while taking one last look at the wooden tokens. Zhuofan smiled as he turned to the tokens. And then there were 4. Of the 8 emperors, only 4 remain. You must be thrilled to finally train in the supreme demonic cultivation method you yearned for so long, ha ha ha. Steward Zhua. Li Jingtian rushed in with a smile. I heard Miss Chu saying she wants to hold a service for her master. Does that mean you succeeded? Zhuofan nodded. Yeah, I went to see the Enchanting Empress and found her a saint in just a year, ha ha ha. She did it in a year when thousands of years didn't help. Li Jingtian smirked. Steward Zhua, you have an obscene cultivation method on you. You could use it to become a saint in no time at all, even sovereign. By then your greatest worry won't come to be. Zhuofan was grave. Witnessing the 8 emperors training in the demon transformation art, I am now certain it emphasizes transformation and not absorbing all creation. Cultivation fills your heart with demons. It's better to be slow than rush it so that the demons can be purged and you can stand above them, achieving the pinnacle of the demonic path. Letting demons control you isn't the answer. The demon transformation art's swift speed is a great temptation, but only by not falling for its lure will one cultivate its essence. Those like Zhao Chen and the other 8 emperors will fall prey to it. But this is easier said than done. None can understand a sovereign's mind. Elderly, if there comes a time when you seniors touch upon the sovereign stage, remember this. Tao is boundless, thus one must never be impatient. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua, you're expecting too much. It's best you tell this to old Dan and them. I don't qualify. Li Jingtian beamed. Haodong had seen the Enchanting Empress' harrowing demise, and he became doubtful and lost. Who killed my son if not her? He had been looking into it for months now but never found anything. He chose to leave it be for now, for he had something urgent to discuss with the old men. The Sacred Mountains' plan for the Emperor lands had gone sideways. They had done the work for others to reap the profits. Their endless pride could never accept such a loss. It was like the Sacred Mountains were taken for fools. Mountain Lord He. On the 7th Sacred Mountain, in front of a splendid hall, He Haodong was greeted by kneeling saints. He Haodong gave them a quick wave as he asked, "Are the other Mountain Lords in?" "The Mountain Lords are discussing right now. Allow us to notify them." "Notify and discuss crap, more like it. Our efforts are taken by someone else and they have time for a chat?" He Haodong stormed in. An old man with a long beard in the head seat smiled. "Haodong, sit, please. We were just talking about how those brats we sent down are doing a good job and keeping the peace. They still have a knack for leading the people. We intend to send 3 more to take over other spots in the 8 emperors. We are still debating who. Haodong, do you have any young talents on the 6th Sacred Mountain? Let's send someone from your place this time, ha ha ha. Send more fools to dance to another's tunes? To make it worse, they're happy to do it in their ignorance." He Haodong slumped in his chair, gnashing his teeth. "Brothers, you're only hearing brats bragging about their great achievements while hiding what's really happening down there. Just send someone to see. The Emperor lands are now under the Luo clan's leadership, with the people knowing nothing of the 8 emperors or Sacred Mountains. The 3 young masters we sent are worse than puppets. At least with royal puppets, the people know who rules. But these dumb brats." "What?" The 6 gasped. "Haodong, what did you say? Just tell us straight what's going on. Who is the Luo clan? We never heard of it." He Haodong's face twitched and he sighed. "These fools have been stuck on the Sacred Mountains all this time and are blind to the world outside. They only focus on the annual tribute, oblivious to the 3 brats acting just like them, ruining the Sacred Mountain's name with their crude attempts." Then the Luo clan swooped in to take over with no effort. "Utter fools." He Haodong took a deep breath and sipped his tea, then he recounted all he'd seen. The 6 old men blinked in shock, then were outraged. The Luo clan deserved death for deceiving the mighty and all-powerful Sacred Mountains. They didn't even stop to think of the horrors their 3 disciples inflicted on the innocent population, or the scores of people killed unjustly. And now they had the nerve to be angry. Chapter 1271 Disaster Knocking. Chapter 1271 Disaster Knocking. Proofreader, Papatongs. Steward Zhua, it here. What is? At the break of dawn, Li Jingtian rushed into Zhuofan's study. The latter looked up from the latest reports with a frown. Li Jingtian grinned and bowed. "Like you predicted, the Emperor's lands are in chaos once more. People are missing en masse now from largely the area once belonging to the Wraith Emperor, Sword Emperor and the others. They must have run out of materials and gone out for another hunt, hee. Although it's easy to absorb thousands of people, the regrets of each person have to be removed one at a time to prevent the regrets from twisting one's thoughts and causing insanity. Zhao Qin didn't and neither did the enchanting Empress. Ha ha ha, they have passed the point of no return. Do they think the pinnacle of demonic cultivation is so easy to train in?" Zhuofan sneered. Li Jingtian nodded with a mocking smile. They were quite careful the first time around, covering their tracks in their abductions and leaving no trace behind. Now they just kill and train in the open. They have already lost it, and didn't even bother to think, ha ha ha. What about the people in those areas? In panic. The sudden appearance of those lunatics spread panic and terror. The people are fleeing all over the place. The time for the Luo clan to step up has come. Zhuofan's eyes shone. "Elderly, call old Dan and the other top experts. We're splitting up and removing the last of the 8 emperors for good. It will make the lands hum as the people shout out the Luo clan's name for days on end." Li Jingtian nodded, looking excited. "Awesome, we're finally doing it." The top Luo clan experts split into groups for their designated mission to take down the last 4 of the 8 emperors. They might be saints, But the ex-Sword Kings were no average peak emperors either. Zhuofan had complete confidence in them at the same time. In a lavish pavilion, the 3 Sacred Mountains disciples lay back in their chairs to enjoy the bright sun. The gentle breeze brought fresh air that soothed their relaxed minds. Su Tianchuan sneered at the two. Being one of the 8 emperors is so damn easy. We're practically on holiday, ha ha ha. Yeah, just delegate all matters to others. Why bother doing anything ourselves? We were too green when we arrived, and all our hard work was only met with dissatisfaction. Chu Xiangfeng grinned. Elder brother, it's even better than on the Sacred Mountains. No one bothers us about cultivation, we are free to be our own masters, ha ha ha. Wu Qianqiu agreed. The best part of all, we can just forget about the monthly reports to the Sacred Mountains and just enjoy a life of bliss and freedom. I bet our fellow brothers and sisters would seethe with jealousy if they knew how good we had it. The 3 laughed together. Su Tianchuan sat straight just then. I must say, that Zhuo knows his stuff. We tried all we could to solve the problems, but he did it like it was nothing. I can see why the demonic emperor had him take over his land. It's so much easier with him around. With him having a handle on everything, we can just kick back and enjoy life. Right? It's amazing how someone of his low cultivation can order so many experts around. They're so quick to listen to, a real talent. Chu Xiangfeng sat straight as well, laughing. Leave the emperor lands in his hands and we'll get endless holidays. Better than on the Sacred Mountains, right guys? The others laughed along. A thunderous roar had the 2 shivering. Brats, did the Sacred Mountains send you here on vacation? Humph, nothing but garbage. Whoosh! The 3 scrambled out of their chairs in fear, bowing. Greetings, 6th Sacred Mountain Lord. How may we be of assistance? You dare ask me that? You don't even know how bad you messed up? Ugh. The trio looked lost, with Su Tianchuan gathering his courage to say, Mountain Lord, we don't understand what you mean. We have low talents, but we never neglected our duty in the Emperor's lands. With the Sacred Mountains' blessings, the lands are safe and prosperous. We dare not take such credit. Whatever mistake we might have made, it's unknown to us. Oh, nice excuse you got there. He Haodong mocked. Then I should be showering you with rewards for a job well done, right? No, how could we? The 3 shook their heads with wide smiles. He Haodong's face twitched. You really want a reward? Now ask yourselves this. Were you the ones who pacified the lands, or you had not the slightest involvement? The trio shook, exclaiming, Mountain Lord, he knows the truth. But what's so bad about it? Why the hissy fit? Mountain Lord, we didn't do everything ourselves, but we found the right man for the job. How is that any different? Su Tianchuan explained, we 3 alone had to recruit helpers. Master has also warned and trained us to recognize talent. Haven't we done just that? Why so angry? He Haodong glared at their gullible faces. Humph, you found a mighty helper all right. So great that you've made all of the Emperor's lands oblivious of your existence. Everyone only knows of the Luo clan leading, and not the Sacred Mountains. The mere mention of you had them spouting curses and looks of scorn. Is this the great credit you earned the Sacred Mountains? What? But how? The trio were stunned. Steward Zhuo gave us the reports for a preview the past year. How could the world not know we're the ones ruling the 8 Emperor's lands? He Haodong barked, you worthless fools, that's just for show. Have you ever taken a walk outside and seen whose name they're shouting? The Luo clan and Zhuofan. They don't even know you're his puppets. That's worse than a puppet emperor, who at least the people see and are aware of. Is this why we sent you down here, to be lost in obscurity? What? That? The trio were floored now, then were filled with righteous rage. Su Tianchuan slammed the table, breaking it into pieces this time. That son of she-dog played us for fools. We'll peel his skin and tear his flesh from his bones. The trio shot to their feet to make good on their threats. He Haodong's expression was dark as he flared his nostrils. I'm coming along, since this is why I'm here. You have been an utter disappointment so far. You had no idea the other had used you for the entire year, disgracing the sacred mountains. We can no longer trust you with anything. I'm here to make sure the job is done, and not let you mess it up further. He Haodong flew away. The other three gnashed their teeth. Curse that Zhuofan, toying with us and ruining our good name. We'll have your head for this. You and your Luo clan. Crack! The trio's power exploded with their fury. In a dark forest, the ground was filled with dust and pieces of cloth as two people appeared. Sword Child said, "Dad, just like the other 4 cities, he cultivated here as well. The cities, having been so large, still had some remains, but there's nothing here. That means this is his hideout where he brings back everything he got outside." Zhuofan snickered and roared, "The Sword Emperor, stop hiding. We know you're there. The once great head of the 8 emperors, who reduced his own men to dust and butchered innocents, hasn't got the nerve to show himself? Shut your pie hole!" An angry roar came and the world shook. An old man with messy hair flew in the air, staring down at them. His figure looked demonic with the black energy swirling around. Chapter 1272 Swordsmanship Battle. Chapter 1272 Swordsmanship Battle. Proofreader, Papatonks. The Sword Emperor floated down with his white hair swaying, showing his gaunt face. The corruption from the black energy that surrounded him struck terror in all who saw him. He was nothing like the previous head of the 8 emperors, but a demon that hell spat out. The Sword Emperor cursed like he wasn't aware who Zhuofan was. Rubbish! I'm the head of the 8 emperors, the pinnacle of the righteous path. I could never kill my own men. Only the demonic emperor and the like would dirty their hands as such. I am a man of honor and modesty. You have no right to impugn it. Yeah, Dad, there's nothing but dust around. How do you know he killed his men? There's nothing here to show it, not even a bone. His deranged look says it all. He's cultivated for too long. Zhuofan pointed at the Sword Emperor's mad gaze. 5 of the 8 emperors went into hiding with their people and enough materials, thinking they would soon come back out, but there's no end to greed. Take the demon transformation art too far and your mind gets warped. When these old fools found their materials ran out, their thirst grew so big they turned on their own people. The fact he looks like this proves he had no control in curbing this desire, or how he went around like a ravenous beast sucking up people's lives. I was thus confident the Sword Emperor's people were reduced to ashes by his own hand. But this geezer still thinks of himself as the model of dignity and honor. His actions drove him even more mad than the enchanting Empress to not even recognize his people but to see them as just walking materials. Sword Child nodded. I figured something was up when he didn't even remember the great Steward Zhua. Steward Zhua? Who is that? The Sword Emperor shook his head, his eyes hazy. Zhuofan smirked in contempt. I was but a nobody and didn't require the Sword Emperor's attention. But there's one name I'm sure he still remembers. Zhuofan paused. Sword Emperor, do you remember demonic Emperor Zhuoyifan? Zhuoyifan. The Sword Emperor's face shook and he roared. Zhuoyifan is not the head of the 8 emperors, I am. He is dead. His 9 serenities' secret records are mine. He can't threaten me, ha ha ha. That fool, Zhao Qin, I got him in the 8 emperors, but I can remove him just as well. He isn't fit to even fight me. That idiot is worthless. I only helped him to get at his master. Hi hi hi. Zhuofan took a deep breath. His face flat, but his eyes mocking. Sword Emperor, you wanted the 9 serenities' secret records that much? Of course, the demonic sovereign's cultivation method is something I must have. Since Zhuoyifan didn't give it, I killed him. Congratulations, you now have it. Oh really? The Sword Emperor flipped his dirty sleeves to search them. Where's my 9 serenities' secret records? In your heart. Aren't you training it? Oh, I am training it? Ha ha ha, I am. The Sword Emperor gave a mad laughter. I've cultivated 9 Serenity's secret records and become the demonic sovereign. No one can stop me now. The 7 sacred mountains are nothing but bugs at my feet, ha ha ha. Yeah, you reign supreme, the pinnacle of the world. But there is one man who is still above you. Who? The Sword Emperor glared at Zhuofan with savagery. Zhuofan smiled. Me. You? Who are you? Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan uttered, What? The Sword Emperor staggered back 2 steps. No, he died. He can't be alive. You're wrong. Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan didn't die. He's standing right before you. As long as he's alive, you will always be second, Sword Emperor Ao Changtian. No. I trained in 9 Serenity's secret records. I'm the demonic sovereign. The demonic emperor is nothing to me. Wrong, the demonic emperor also trained in 9 Serenity's secret records, far better than you. You will always be in his shadow. Ah! The Sword Emperor howled, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Zhuofan with bloodthirst. He charged with a black blade, slashing at him. Zhuo Yifan, die. Die so I may be the head of the 8 emperors, the best in the world. Ding! The Sword Emperor got flung back from the clash, staggering 5 steps. He now noticed the 8-year-old next to Zhuofan and his cruel smile. To get to my dad, you'll have to go through me first. Who are you? He's the Sword Emperor. Zhuofan said at the Sword Emperor's shock. He's the Sword Emperor? Then who am I? Whoever you want, but never again can you be the Sword Emperor, because you're not worthy of this title. Zhuofan smirked. Sword Emperor, the Emperor of the Sword. He might not be the strongest among the 8 emperors, but he should be at the pinnacle of the sword path, out of everyone's reach. But now, Ao Changtian, someone has surpassed you in the sword. My son won that title, leaving you in the dust, ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor's dark face twisted. No, I'm the Sword Emperor. I have the highest sword skills among the 8 emperors. None can take my name. Bam! The Sword Emperor howled and shot into the sky. Golden lights shone from his body, turning into a huge broadsword, its beauty marred by the black energy corroding it, a sacred body. Sword Child glanced at Zhuofan. He became a saint. You won't fight him. As if. I came to take his title. Calling himself the Sword Emperor to my face is like asking to be thrashed. Sword Child snickered and shot for the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor looked at the little thing with rage. You dare steal my name? Take my sword. Whoosh! A golden wave shot from the sky with tremendous power, a sword to crush the heavens, a fortune upon the world, a purger of evil. Humph, you have some nerve to say that. You've become evil yourself, a demon, and you dare preach about purging it? Sword Child mocked, drawing 2 fingers in a red glow as he shouted, Soaring sword, obliterate! Bam! The golden wave was smashed apart. The Sword Emperor gasped in disbelief, sending another golden wave, sweeping the 8 emperors, breaking demons and destroying evil. There's no strength in a twisted heart training in dignified swordsmanship. Sword Child mocked. Your sword is tainted, yet you call yourself an emperor? You're a disgrace to all sword cultivators in the world. Get lost. Sword Child flicked his hand and a thunder wave shot, using the sundering sword art. The golden wave was crushed once more. The Sword Emperor was stunned. Why are my sacred body's swords so weak? Sword Child reached him and his fingers shone black this time, slashing. Here's a true sword art, apocalyptic sword. Who? Blackness flooded as it pierced the huge head and cut it in 2 with a mighty explosion. It disintegrated. The Sword Emperor coughed blood and slumped to the ground. Having lost all strength, his eyes were still confused, mumbling, Why? I'm a saint, so why did my sword grow weaker? Because you abandoned it. Zhuofan walked over, sighing. Ao Changtian, When we made a name for ourselves in the sacred domain, none of us would back down from a fight. But in the end, I became the strongest when the 8 emperors formed and you, ever the second. Zhuyi-fun, the Sword Emperor's eyes cleared up somewhat. How are you still alive and look like this? Steward Zhua. Oh, you're awake. All I know is that I lost. The Sword Emperor gave a bitter smile, but I didn't lose to that child, but against myself. I, the great Sword Emperor, shunned the pursuit of the sword and went for a demonic cultivation method? I cast away my sword and trained in a shaky demonic path. Now that the demonic energy is gone from me, my end has come. I'm dying, but now I've come to realize why. My sword doesn't need the demonic sovereign's cultivation method, for that is not me. Zhuofan nodded and took his hand. It's good you realized it. As an old rival, I'll forget all the grudges and send you off. Sure, Zhuyi-fun. The Sword Emperor nodded, looking at the black energy on his hand. What is this? Don't you find giving your strength to the world a waste? It's better to let me take it. You, the Sword Emperor's face shook, sighing. Zhuyi-fun, you're still the same, infuriating. This is what you meant by sending me off, turning me into your material. Be careful not to end up like me. Rest easy, for I've long passed the point of letting greed control me. I have the restraint to not degenerate, hee. Ha ha ha, great. I never knew the grudge 5,000 years ago was still ongoing, that it was just the start. It's you who won in the end, old rival. The Sword Emperor closed his eyes without regret, turning to dust. Zhuofan let the dust slip from his hand and his eyes shone as his aura surged. Chapter 1273, Saint Stage. Chapter 1273, Saint Stage. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sword Child snickered. Dad, you watch over me. With no time to set up a defensive array, Zhuofan sat down with a stern look. Sword Child knew this was serious, and looked around with scrutiny. A violent wind blew away the dust high up in the sky while the ground quaked. Zhuofan's power surged higher and higher, seeping into the earth and forcing Sword Child back a few steps. Dad has many sovereign legacies, and now he's entering Saint Stage, stronger than ever. The only way for the 7 sacred mountains to get the upper hand against Dad is if they surround him. The hidden sovereign aside, Dad is the strongest in the sacred domain. Zhuofan shook and a black image flew out of his body. It kept growing until it formed a black giant behind him, like a shadow. It reached 500 meters and roared at the heavens. A draconic roar echoed out as a blacker energy seeped from his body and wrapped the giant. Following cracking sounds, the giant now had black dragon scales all over it. A pitch-black cape fluttered behind, while a dragon maw was emblazoned on its chest with flickering eyes. The draconic roar shook the world around, making Sword Child cover his ears as he felt his soul shaking. He gasped, looking in awe at the huge shadow. This is Dad's sacred body? Amazing! He never felt such a powerful soul attack in his life. Not even the dragon saints could do it. Zhuofan eased a breath and turned grave. He flew up and entered the giant's forehead. Its eyes shone black and golden, with Zhuofan's divine eye of the void and apocalyptic thunderflame. He looked like a demonic god ready to bring down the end of days. Sword Child staggered in shock. Zhuofan shouted, "Come, my sword." Yes. Sword Child shot for Zhuofan and turned into the sovereign weapon Pa. Gripping the blade, Zhuofan grinned and slashed as the giant shadow copied him. A 200-meter-long pitch-black sword appeared in its hand, surging with black flames. This was his true sacred body, the peak form to cause untold destruction. With the apocalyptic sword in his hand, he was at full strength. In the Luo clan's main city, Luo Yunchang and the girls chatted with Chu Qingqing about Zhuofan. At Zhuofan's request, they never revealed the two's past, just talking about his temper and annoying quirks. The girls laughed and giggled sometimes, while complaining the rest. What was constant was their admiration for him. Chu Qingqing was puzzled. Young Miss Luo, you all like Xuefan. Well, the girls blinked and shook their heads in silence. Chu Qingqing found it even more peculiar. Why then is he only coming at me? I know that all of you are prettier than me, and like Xuefan more as well, so why? Sister Qingqing, don't think too hard about it. He likes you and that's a fact. We also wish him happiness and bless. Is he just using me? Chu Qingqing turned nervous. Luo Yunchang guffawed. How can you think that? I saw the 8 emperors' tokens in his room. Just when my master died, he burned her token. So I figured, did he plan on striking the 8 emperors from the start? Chu Qingqing looked crushed. Did he get close to me for another reason entirely? Staying in the Luo clan for so long, I can tell that he has a special status, controlling everything. Even your clan head listens to his words. He has nothing to worry about being punished by the clan head. He lied to me from the start. Luo Yunchang sighed and held her shoulder. Sister Qingqing, you have to believe me. Xuefan can betray the world, but he would never betray you. Why? We only met a couple of times, so why I'm sure he approached me on purpose too. Besides getting at my master, there must be another reason. Sister Qingqing, Big Brother Zhua's reason for approaching you is honest. He truly likes you. Schwanger smiled as she explained this explanation had no real reason and only got Chu Qingqing more worried. How is it that you all know the reason while I'm the only one in the dark? You all say he's sincere and I also feel it, but I just can't understand why he would ignore all the beauties around him and go for me? I'm not that charming. Silly sister, it's enough to know he's sincere. Why nitpick about it? Luo Yunchang sighed. You two are alike in that, following your own paths. You're the one trying to unravel everything while he's determined to hide it. Why? I don't know. Luo Yunchang shrugged. Maybe he doesn't want to burden you or make you sad. Since you have a new life, he wants to bury the past. Chu Qingqing looked confused, but the knowing girls just gave her a reassuring nod. Just what is going on? She held her head, more confused than ever. Luo Yunchang comforted. Silly sister, isn't it enough to know he cares? Why bother thinking so much? Ha ha ha. Chu Qingqing gave a reluctant nod. Luo clan, come out this instant. The sudden shout made the sky tremble. The Luo clan shuddered, with roof tiles falling down. The girls turned to Luo Yunchang. She was grave. Xuefan had all our strongest people sent to kill the lunatics. Now, with no one capable of defending our home, someone comes knocking. Sister Yunchang, let's check the situation first. Yun Shuang proposed. Luo Yunchang nodded and the girls went to the entrance of the Luo clan manor. Luo Yunhai already brought the few emperors he had outside. Staring at the 4 in the sky, a middle-aged man led them. The 6th Mountain Lord, Senior, how may I address you? I am the clan head Luo Yunhai. What have we done to offend you, Senior? Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. He Haodong sneered. Su Tianchuan was the one to speak with pride. Where's Xuefan? Tell him to come out now. Oh, Steward Zhua, he's been awfully busy in the Emperor lands. He's taken people to settle matters. You'll have to wait a few months for his return. There's someone stirring things in Emperor lands? Why don't I know of this? Su Tianchuan roared. Xuefan has some nerve, moving as he wants, not even informing us 3 of the Emperor Land's situation. He plans on taking them from us. Curses, I had high hopes for him giving him such a crucial position, but he took advantage of my goodwill. God damn it. Su Tianchuan raved and Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. Sir, we are the true rulers of the Emperor Lands, the Sacred Mountain's 3 representatives within the 8 emperors. Su Tianchuan's nostrils flared, then pointed at He Haodong with respect. He is the 6th Sacred Mountain's lord. Your clan dared to deceive us and now shall receive the capital punishment. Luo Yunhai gasped. The 6th Sacred Mountain? Here so soon? But we have yet to hear from the dragons. He Haodong huffed. Stop wasting time and just kill them, to preserve the sacred mountain's dignity. Once Shuofan returns, deal with him as well. Let all of the 8 emperors' lands know today that they're under your control while the Luo clan seized power and were executed. Yes. The trio snickered and turned to the Luo clan with savage glints in their eyes. Chapter 1274. Taken. Chapter 1274. Taken. Proofreader, Papatonks. Luo Yunhai's face twitched. His heart sank as he looked behind at his people. They were average emperors and couldn't handle the 3 peak emperors from the sacred mountains. It would have been great if that was all, but there was also the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord was a peak saint. With Steward Zhua and all the other true experts gone, they stood no chance at even escaping. Luo Yunhai lamented at their fate. Su Tianchuan's trio grinned with malice. Their bloodlust spiked and their auras surged, ready to crush the Luo clan into the dust. Wait. A gentle voice came as a figure rushed before them and stalled the trio's bloodthirst. Su Tianchuan sneered. What is it, young miss? Do you want to be our first victim? Humph, kill me and you're through. Oh, quite the temper on you. We are the sacred mountain's disciples, yet you think your backer can fight us? Of course. Who's the suicidal moron? Right under your nose. The girl pointed straight at He Haodong. The trio started. He Haodong was curious. Young miss, do you know me? Nope. Why would I bother to protect you? Because you want me. The girl shouted. He Haodong gave her a long look, more confused. Su Tianchuan mocked. Lass, don't flatter yourself. You think you're the most beautiful lady in the sacred domain? Humph, who am I? The girl glared at He Xiaofeng. Mountain Lord He, if you really are the 6th Mountain Lord, then you'd know I'm Chu Qingqing, just like your son and my master. You were actually here. He Haodong's brow shot up, muttering. So the Luo clan took you from the Ruby Cloud sect when they found you missing. I left and wasn't taken. I don't care. This just means they have something to do with my son's death. He Haodong's fury grew, his terrible aura spreading over everyone and making Su Tianchuan shiver back. Mountain Lord, he is angry. Talk. How did my son die? You were all ignored for so long thinking you were weaklings. But this proves I need to conduct a thorough investigation. Mountain Lord He, what are you saying? We had nothing to do with your son. Luo Yunhai played dumb. He knew the moment that the fact Shuofan killed He Xiaofeng got out, the Luo clan would turn into a grave. They just had to bear through it for a bit and their lives would still hang on. He had to, so Shuofan and the others could arrive on time to save them. He Haodong ignored their excuse. Thirsty for vengeance. Humph, I don't need you to admit it either. You can't escape involvement either. Su Tianchuan, show no mercy. Yes. The trio laughed and shot down. Luo Yunhai panicked and got ready to fight. Chu Qingqing held a spiritual sword and brought it to her neck, shouting, Just try it. If even one man dies today, I will join them in the afterlife. Your century of planning will all go to waste. Wait. He Haodong raised his hand, stopping the confused trio. He Haodong glared at her. What's your relation to them? Why protect them? You don't need to know, since they had nothing to do with your son. Let them go and I'll come with you. Or the only thing you'll be getting are corpses and an unsolved riddle. Chu Qingqing smiled. He Haodong nodded. Fine, the enchanting empress raised quite the stubborn disciple. Now put down the sword. I promise you. But you must also promise to listen to me and I'll let them go. Chu Qingqing looked back at the Luo clan with worry, then gave a firm nod. All right, now come with me. He Haodong was grave as he left, his voice echoing, and the clan head, he'll be coming with me to the sacred mountains. I need to clarify some things. As for the rest, I don't care. Luo Yunhai gave the others a nod and flew up with Chu Qingqing after him. The three young masters remained behind with the Luo clan. With the clan head gone and no experts, there was no telling when Steward Zhuo would be back to handle matters. Bang! Then suddenly, explosions resounded around the Luo clan, and people were crashing into the ground as they coughed blood. Luo Yunchang cried out at the vile trio, "What are you doing? The Mountain Lord promised to let us go. The Mountain Lord promised not to kill you, but that didn't mean we can't beat you. We promised nothing." The trio grinned with malice. Zhuofan had the nerve to toy with us, making us receive punishment from the sacred mountains, so we'll make him pay. Once he returns, I'll show him what happens to bugs in the 8 Emperors' lands who try to rise above their station. Luo Yunchang's face sank. A month later, Zhuofan smiled at the city coming up in front, almost home. I wonder if Qingqing missed me. She won't be the only one. Sword Child snickered. Zhuofan shook his head. Russell. Dozens of figures flew next to the two, Danqing Shun and the others. They noticed Zhuofan was now at the 7th layer of foundation establishment stage, and they lit up. Steward Zhuo, you advanced. Yeah, Dad is now a saint. Sword Child spoke with glee. The others gasped, so soon? Ha ha ha, it was just luck. Zhuofan was casual. I found it such a waste letting all the demonic energy Sword Emperor refined just vanish. So I took it and happened to break through. Since the source of his demonic energy is the same as mine, it was very easy to take it. Danqing Shin nodded and mentioned, Steward Zhuo's advancement is a reason to celebrate, but be careful not to stray like them. We witnessed just what happens when you lose your way. Their strength only increased while their path crumbled, just like a powerful wild animal. I'd rather be stuck than turn into such a saint. Yeah, but don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhuofan nodded. Did you handle the other 3 8 emperors? They all laughed, with Li Jingtian declaring, Steward Zhuo, those madmen were nothing. It might have been a little tough with just one, but we were 5 against them, making it very easy. Good, this is a big matter, and we'll make a statement when we return home, that the Sacred Mountain Saints are causing havoc, and we're waging war with them to stop them. Yes. Everyone nodded. Sword Child gasped as he pointed. Father, why are the flags crooked on the broken walls? Did someone come here? Can't be. Zhuofan frowned. The 8 Emperors' lands are ours, and with the sacred mountains in the dark, none can challenge us. Unless. Zhuofan flew faster. Chapter 1275. Can't take it. Chapter 1275. Can't take it. Proofreader, Papatonks. Crack. The sharp sound of whips echoed in the Luo clan's wide gardens, where a dozen poles were placed with Luo Yunchang and the other high officials tied up to them. They all looked pale and bleeding, but their eyes were firm. Su Tianchuan cracked the whip once more, then threw it away like a child. Elder brother, I've whipped them hundreds of times. I'm tired. Tired? That's nowhere near enough. All elders of the sacred mountains laugh at us. The great sacred mountain's disciples ended up running in circles in the 8 Emperors' land. We are too ashamed to go back as we are. Su Tianchuan turned a savage grin to his victims. This is all because of them. The 8 Emperors' lands think they're governed by the Luo clan, not sacred mountains. The Luo clan usurped power and must suffer. But Mountain Lord, he said not to kill them. That's why we're only venting on them. Su Tianchuan held out his hand in anger. Just give me the whip. I'll do it this time. Chu Xiangfeng sighed and handed it over. Su Tianchuan used his 2 hands to test the whip around, then turned his vicious gaze on the helpless people. He approached a girl and nodded. You. Su Tianchuan swung back and let it fall. Luo Yunchang panicked. Stop. She's just a child. She can't take your hits. I'll take her place. It's because she can't, it'll be her torture. Su Tianchuan cackled. Whipping Spirit King's tough bodies won't make you feel a thing. Only this young girl with low cultivation will have a full taste of pain, ha ha ha. Whoosh! The whip flicked in action. Luo Yunchang panicked. Siphon? The girl had long since lost consciousness and couldn't hear her. A muffled sound came just then, and the whip halted in the air. Su Tianchuan flinched and found Zhuofan holding it. He had a hard face, while Dan Qingxun and the rest looked ready for war. They'd been gone for a couple of months, yet someone made a mess of their clan? Intolerable! Zhuofan! Luo Yunchang and Su Tianchuan cried out at the same time. The first was of joy, while the second was of anger and shock for not noticing when a bug took his whip. Zhuofan glared and muttered, "None in the 8 Emperors' lands would mess with the Luo clan. The sacred mountains can't reach us either, unless they're the entitled puppeteered pricks got wilder and came here for a fight. The odds of that happening are next to zero, rather than enjoying their happy lives. So why humph to think it's actually you? Zhuofan, you have some nerve. You dared to use us for puppets." Su Tianchuan roared, "I'm going to kill you for your treachery, even if Mountain Lord he promised not to kill the Luo clan. You must die." Su Tianchuan shot for Zhuofan with bloodlust. A palm to the face. Zhuofan merely grabbed Su Tianchuan's hand, startling Qian Qiu and Wu Qianqiu. It was beyond their comprehension how a peak emperor like Su Tianchuan could be grabbed like that. Su Tianchuan was stunned, then baffled. He then noticed the iron grip holding him and how powerless he was. Zhuofan ignored their shock. Mountain Lord he? 6th Mountain Lord, he Xiaofeng's dad? That's right, now let go before you're dead. Su Tianchuan replied while attempting to yank his hand free. Zhuofan's hand shook, and Su Tianchuan lunged forward. A bang followed as Zhuofan slapped him to pieces, Su Tianchuan's body exploding in a shower of blood and flesh. SSS. The other two gasped and shivered. "Why, you killed a sacred mountain's disciple. Are you suicidal?" "Our fate is not up to you to decide." Zhuofan showed a vicious smile, "since you won't be there to see it." Zhuofan gave Dan Qingxun a look, and the Sword Kings unleashed their deadly sword arts on the 2 Emperor stage. Sacred Mountain's disciple had the advantage with the superior skills and cultivation method, but that was gone when facing Sword Kings who inherited the sovereign's legacy in a blink. The two breathed their last and were reduced to pieces. Zhuofan signaled the men to release the people on the pillars, while he went to untie Luo Yunchang and the girls. His heart bled at their wounds. What happened? Where's Yunhai and Qingqing? The girls looked away and Zhuofan understood. Did Mountain Lord he seal your cultivation? There's no way those 3 could have captured you. It's because Sister Yunchang worried about your plans. Schwanger glared at him. I was about to fight when the trio began attacking, but Sister Yunchang blocked us, not wanting to expose us and ruin your plan. Since they only wanted to hurt us and not kill us, it wouldn't matter. Zhuofan was lost, looking at Luo Yunchang's happy face. I was just too worried about your plans. Since we knew nothing, we couldn't do anything to ruin them. Now Qingqing and Yunhai are now on the 6th Sacred Mountain. If we had attacked those pricks, then the Sacred Mountains would notice and ruin everything. So we held in this little torment for the bigger picture. We'd discuss what to do when you came back, rather than have all our work fail. Young miss, you're still the same, looking at the future, the bellwether of the Luo clan. Even without Yunhai around, you can lead the Luo clan with no problem. Zhuofan praised. Luo Yunchang's eyes shone, looking at the pieces on the ground. By the looks of it, has Steward Zhuo's machination come to fruition? Not quite, but now I can't take it anymore. Zhuofan's eyes burned with rage. Since the Mountain Lord came for us, we have no choice but to fight. Li Jingtian, Qiu Yanhai. Sir! Rush to the Dragonlands and confirm the situation. No matter the preparations, they are to march to the Sacred Mountains. The 8 Emperors' lands are now safe, leaving only flanking the Sacred Mountains. Isn't this what they've always been waiting for? Any longer and the Sacred Mountains will take the 8 Emperors' lands and will make things worse for the Dragonlands. Make them come to a quick decision, even if it means only a couple hundred experts of assistance. Understood. The two flew away, Shueqingjian, heaven and earth sages. Sir! Send all the men of the Luo clan to announce that the Sacred Mountain's wretched act of stealing the 8 Emperors' land's resources and cutting the future of common cultivators. That they're sending people to mess with the 8 Emperors' lands and treat us all like slaves. They are practicing vile arts and raising us to become their materials. They are behind all the missing people from the start and the mad 8 Emperors recently. Pin everything on the Sacred Mountains. With those 3 pricks setting an example, the people have had enough of the Sacred Mountains. They'll believe anything at this point. Zhuofan gave an evil grin. I want the Sacred Mountains name dragged through the mud and then some. Understood. The 3 got to work. Luo Yunchang frowned. The Sacred Mountains are too strong. Even with the 8 Emperors' lands believing us, the people would never voice their anger. I know, but I don't need them in the war just to side with us ideologically. They also need a leader. Zhuofan smirked. Young miss, declare that the Mountain Lord he abducted Yunhai and say that we'll have justice. Declare war. War. Luo Yunchang was worried. Then we'll soon be fighting for real. Isn't it too early to start when the dragons have yet to send word? Don't worry, declaring war won't mean an immediate war. Zhuofan smirked, clenching his fists. I'll have all of the sacred domain and the Sacred Mountains regard us with caution at the declaration of war. Chapter 1276, Interrogation. Chapter 1276, Interrogation. Proofreader, Papatonks. Everything bad that happened over the past 3 months in the Sacred Domain had all been blamed on the 7 Sacred Mountains by the Luo clan. The news was explosive, with the people hardly believing their ears. They were skeptical at first, or rather not wanting to believe it out of fear. For these events meant that they were mortal enemies with the Sacred Mountains. The 8 Emperors had killed countless people for their own selfish need to cultivate, while the pricks backed by the Sacred Mountains declared deadly laws that killed even more, and these two were in fact related. The people wanted revenge for all those tragic deaths. But the enemy was too strong. What was a mantis to do when facing a chariot? As such, the people labeled it as a misunderstanding that the Sacred Mountains weren't evil. Now though, the Luo clan ripped the facade wide open, declaring war on the Sacred Mountains. It was like saying, since none of you gave the guts to fight, we are willing to become their lambs instead. The people were conflicted. The Sacred Mountains were too strong. They didn't have the strength to fight them. It was suicide. Then a righteous leader came, just in time to guide the lost flock and bring them justice. The bright announcement was pasted in every corner of the 8 Emperors' lands, alarming the folks once more by the authority vested in us, in a world where the heavens and the earth show no mercy, treating all living beings as mere livestock, and where saints act unrighteously, extracting the blood and flesh of the common people. We, the united forces of the House of Luo, now decree to carry out the will of heaven. We shall unite with heroes from all corners of the world, together, to confront the Sacred Mountains, to punish its wrongdoing, to quell the grievances of the common people, and enact heaven's will. All the people read the red words with shock. The Luo clan wants to punish the Sacred Mountains. Cries sprouted all around. How can this be? Who in the Sacred Domain can ever contest with the Sacred Mountains? The Luo clan is honorable, but would they defy the true powers that be? What a pity! With the 8 Emperors finally gone and the Luo clan ruling the lands, we could finally live in peace. Now they're going to their death. But to what end? The Luo clan is suicidal and the lands will be in conflict again. All the people talked about the recent announcements, all shaking their heads and lamenting about the Luo clan's short-sightedness, as well as the harsh times awaiting them. Who will unite the lands with the Luo clan gone? Only a few got fired up, deciding to go to the Luo clan and join them in the war. Even if death was a certainty, they would go down swinging while some hid and grinned in the shadows. They waited for the Luo clan to die so they could take over the lands. All the opinions were either of support, of denial, or lamentation, but none around truly believed in it. The situation was clear: even the evil sacred mountains were still almighty. The Luo clan was still just a bug. The outcome was obvious then: a shocking event had taken the world by storm, changing their opinions on the spot. On the sixth sacred mountain, in a dark chamber, Luo Yunhai was tied to a cross and bleeding, forming a large bloodstain at his feet. The flickering torches shone on his pale face now and then, revealing his weak state. The mountain lord stood before him. Glaring and unfeeling, he reached out to wipe some blood on the swollen face, mocking, "Still won't talk? I'm giving you one more chance to tell me the truth. How did my son die? Who did it?" "I don't know, Pa." Luo Yunhai's voice was rough and quiet, followed by a sudden strike that flung his head to the side. He chose to bear through the pain rather than cry out. His chest had a metal rod through it. It was now being yanked around and made blood gush out. "Still won't talk? You won't die, but sometimes life can be worse than death." He Haodong gnashed his teeth and roared, "Tell me who killed my son." "I don't know." Luo Yunhai closed his eyes and howled. He Haodong was outraged. "Humph, have it your way. If you don't know, then what's Chu Qingqing doing in your clan?" "I told you. She came here by herself. That's all I know." "Bullshit, she doesn't have the strength to get out of the Ruby Cloud sect. There were emperors watching her every movement as well. The enchanting empress had told me already, so don't try to lie to me." He Haodong's tone went higher as he finished, with blood dripping constantly. Luo Yunhai still stuck to his same words. "I don't know. She just came to the Luo clan and said she left the Ruby Cloud sect, that she could only rely on us. How should I know how she escaped? Go ask her instead." "You think I don't want that instead of wasting time on you?" He Haodong grew mad. "Are you oblivious or just faking not knowing how important she is to me? Using force on her will ruin everything I worked for over the past century." "Huff." Luo Yunhai panted, his eyes mocking. "So this is the sacred mountain lord, nothing but a common street thug. Since you can't deal with her, you're taking out on me." "Humph, well, I know nothing." Bam! Luo Yunhai's head flung to the side from the punch, coughing blood and teeth. "Ignorant fool, stop being pretentious." He Haodong left with a flick of his sleeves. "The fools of 8 emperors' lands are getting outrageous to look down on the divine sacred mountains. It's time we teach them what real terror is." He Haodong closed the iron gate behind him. Luo Yunhai smiled as he sighed. "It's like Big Brother Zhua said. He won't touch Sister Qingqing. I'm relieved." Luo Yunhai closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. He Haodong walked out of the room and 2 people appeared in a bow. He Haodong glared. "How's the girl? Is she making trouble?" "Mountain Lord, all she's done is insist on wanting to see that kid." "Good, just remember to treat her well if we want to get anything." "Yes, Mountain Lord, just like the ancient texts say. She can only give what she holds of her own will, never forced. We won't let the young miss feel any regret." "Good." He Haodong nodded and held a bloody piece of clothing with a warm smile. He then went with the 2 towards a refined room. He knocked. "Qingqing, may I come in?" "Enter." He Haodong smiled at her cold tone and regarded the charming Chu Qingqing inside. As he entered, Chu Qingqing was urgent in her demands. "Where's Yunhai? Where are you holding him?" "Don't worry, Qingqing, young Master Luo is my friend that I treat with respect and care. He's my guest, ha ha ha. I want to see him." Chu Qingqing said. He Haodong shook his head, looking kind, way different from the vicious side he showed moments before. "It's not possible. Men and women need to keep their distance. You and Fenger haven't married, but I see you as my daughter-in-law. I could never let some random boy get close to you. It'll be a scandal throughout the sacred mountains." "Don't call me that. Your son is dead, and I have nothing to do with the sacred mountains." Chu Qingqing snapped. He Haodong sighed. My son had to have been fated with you. He was so excited when he came back from outside. You were all he talked about. I could tell that he was in love. Just keep acting. You think I haven't heard your sons talk with my master? That's not love, but selfishness over something I have. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes, though she didn't reveal it, for if he Haodong knew his deceit was out, he wouldn't be as accommodating to save Luo Yunhai. To keep the Luo clan safe, she had to play along. Chapter 1277 Foul Wretched Bugs. Chapter 1277 Foul Wretched Bugs. Proofreader, Papatongs. Having been around the Luo clan and Zhuofan for so long, I've become shifty myself. I mean clever, yes clever. Chu Qingqing showed a bright smile and bowed. Mountain Lord I'm gratified, but I don't feel the same way for young master. I ask that you let us go. A girl's heart can't be forced. This means Feng isn't the lucky one. It's not your fault, Miss Chu. Haodong looked out the window, looking pained. At the devastating news of my son's demise, I could only shed tears and nothing else. Miss Chu, I ask that you please tell me anything you might know about his death. Haodong gave Chu Qingqing a deep bow. Chu Qingqing helped him up. Senior, you're being too courteous to someone like me. It's only proper. If I can clear my son's injustice, then I will even kowtow. He put on a sincere expression, with tears brimming in his eyes. Chu Qingqing realized she'd have fallen for his trick if not for knowing the truth. Even so, her young heart was still moved. He must love his son. Regardless of sympathy, she would still not rat Zhuofan out. Ugh. Haodong held his chest and fell to the ground, looking pale. Chu Qingqing panicked and rushed to help. Senior, what's wrong? Miss Chu, I can't bear it. Could you promise me something? Haodong had a ragged breathing. Chu Qingqing was quick to agree. Tell me. This is for you. Haodong showed her a jade bracelet in 5 colors. It's made of ancient jade harvested from the Sea Abyss forest. It only forms once a million years. It helps clear the mind and strengthen the soul. Even those with poor talent can become saints. Chu Qingqing was shocked. Sea Abyss Forest has sea beasts and flying spiritual beasts around at the 12th and 11th level. Even saints don't go there. This must be invaluable. Yes, it is. He strained to explain. Those spiritual beasts always watch over it with scrutiny. Since it can open their minds, then they would never let anyone take it. The 7 sacred mountains had suffered great losses to take just this piece. And now it's yours. No, I can't accept something so rare. It's because it's valuable that I'm giving you in Feng's stead. Cough. Haodong coughed, blood looking weaker. I planned on gifting it to Feng's future wife, but with him gone and as he loved you, I'll give it to you in his stead. Haodong forced it in Chu Qingqing's hand, but she still shook her head. I can't accept. Qingqing, did you forget your promise to me? If you refuse, I'll just destroy the Luo clan. Chu Qingqing shuddered and was silent. Haodong smiled and coughed a few more times. Chu Qingqing didn't know what to do. 2 people rushed in just then and cried out at Haodong's state. Mountain Lord, are you all right? I'm fine. I can't bear it. Haodong smiled at Chu Qingqing. Qingqing, you can go now. Go. Yes, I got my wish, so you can go. Haodong smiled through his tears. Ever since Feng passed, I had 2 wishes. To find the cause of his death, for revenge, and give this bracelet to you for my son. The second is the most important, for this fulfills Feng's longing. Now I am at peace. Haodong sighed with a smile, closing his eyes like he was no longer for this world. The 2 people cried out in panic. Mountain Lord, you can't go. Senior, wake up. Chu Qingqing shook all over. Isn't Senior a peak saint? How did he become so weak? The 2 attendants sighed. Miss, ever since young Lord passed, Mountain Lord has been sick with worry and in despair. His cultivation went wrong and his heart was plagued by demons. He took medicine but it didn't help. He had no reason to live, even if he is a peak saint. Chu Qingqing was filled with worry. He was ruthless, but he loved his son dearly. What will become of the sixth sacred mountain with the mountain lords passing? Civil war, chaos, murder? We'd take mountain lord's place if we could. The two teared up and said, "Miss, the mountain lord said you can go. I will take care of everything, so that you and young Master Luo can leave. We will handle the funeral and won't be seeing any more guests." Chu Qingqing hesitated. "Let's not get too hasty. I'll stay to send Senior off." "Doesn't Miss hate the mountain lord for taking you?" "Why would I hate him? He has always been kind to me, and I'd feel pain to see him go like this." "You don't want the mountain lord to die?" "Of course not." Chu Qingqing sighed. "He is so kind, hurting so much for his son, so pitiful. I really wish I could save him." The two nodded and said, "Miss, why not try it? Maybe your kindness and thoughts could help him? The mountain lord has always seen you as a daughter-in-law. Without his son, you're the only one he cares about in the world. That's why he would give you the most precious item on the sixth sacred mountains." Looking at the bracelet, Chu Qingqing nodded and held He Haodong's hand, using her Yuan Qi Senior. "Hold on, don't die." He Haodong was still unconscious. The attendants were panicking. "Miss Chu, you can do it. Heal his heart and the mountain lord will surely wake up." Chu Qingqing nodded and used her Yuan Qi until she was almost spent, even sweating from exertion. "Miss Chu, forgive us for not being of any help. The mountain lord cared so much about you, only your Yuan Qi can wake him. We fear our Yuan Qi will only make it worse. The mountain lord's heart is broken and not his body." "I know." Chu Qingqing gnashed her teeth and worked harder. With no results, the two urged her harder. "Miss Chu, you have to save him with all your heart. Your sincerity is sure to save the mountain lord." Chu Qingqing closed her eyes and gave all she had. Chu Qingqing slumped from tiredness, leaving the attendants sighing. "Mountain lord, she did her best but nothing came out. This means she must be committed with all her being for it to work." He Haodong's pale face returned to normal and looked at Chu Qingqing with gnashed teeth. "I had Fenger get her to be smitten with him so that his death would be the best case to make this work. Now even if this chick wants to save me, it's not at her own sacrifice, so it is of no use." The two were silent. He Haodong stood. "Let her rest. We'll think of something. Also, go to the Luo clan and see if Zhuofan is back. I heard the two are in love, and maybe we can use that prick to get the thing out of her." "Mountain Lord, won't we fail letting him get it out of Miss Chu?" "Fool, ever heard of sleight of hand? I'll just grab it before it goes to him." He Haodong glared. A mocking laughter reached their ears just then. "Ha ha ha, you want sovereignty? Foul wretched bugs like you aren't worth it." Chapter 1278, Mystery Expert. Chapter 1278, Mystery Expert. Proofreader, Papatonks. "Who said that?" He Haodong barked. Boom. A violent sword wave came crashing down from the heavens above, laying the fine room to ruins and disintegrating everything in its path. The mighty sword energy surged and He Haodong with his attendants were sent flying in the explosion. Once the dust settled, everything was leveled. With no one in sight, He Haodong shuddered, looking stiffly at the sky. "A true expert has come." Whoosh! The sacred mountain's experts rushed at the commotion, only to see He Haodong. "Mountain Lord, what happened? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." He Haodong found it hard to speak, still out of it. Then he panicked and rummaged through the rubble. "Where's Chu Qingqing?" The two attendants bowed. "Mountain Lord, wasn't she killed?" "No, the attack was to blind us and not to kill us. We wouldn't have survived otherwise." He Haodong was solemn. The others bowed. "Mountain Lord, what happened?" "Someone came to save Chu Qingqing." He Haodong gnashed his teeth, his voice shaking from rage and fear. The others gasped, roaring, "No way! We've guarded the 6th sacred mountain all these years. Not even other mountains saints can slip in. How could he just come in and slip out unnoticed after attacking the mountain lord? He must be terrifying. He Haodong wiped his brow. He can come and go as he pleases and toyed with our lives. His strength must be monstrous. Did he kill my son? Was he after the thing in the girl? The others were stunned. Mountain Lord, does that mean getting revenge for young Lord? What revenge? He Haodong shook his head. The problem is, can we take the thing back when such a mystery expert holds it? When did the sacred domain have such a monstrous figure? It's horrible. He Haodong sighed. While the others were deep in thought about their future, they had been after Chu Qingqing for 100 years now, only for another to take her from them. All their effort was in vain. In the secret room, Luo Yunhai was hanging by a thread on the crossbar. The thick steel door was kicked open. Luo Yunhai cheered. Big brother Zhua, you came. Hush, we came to save you. Zhua Fan and Sword Child got close and took out the rods before giving him a healing ill. Where's Qingqing? Luo Yunhai shook his head. I don't know. I've been locked up since we arrived. But I don't think they'll try anything with her. I know they have plans for Qingqing and won't touch her. Zhua Fan patted his shoulder, his eyes fierce. You've been through a lot, brother, but now I'm taking revenge 10 times over. Luo Yunhai nodded. Zhua Fan was talking big. This was the sacred mountains, filled with experts, and he wanted to run amok? What about finding you out and making it worse? Luo Yunhai had unflinching belief in his big brother. When he said something, he'd do it, putting the wounded Luo Yunhai on his back. Zhua Fan had Sword Child scout ahead. Be quiet and don't alert them. We'll get at these fools after we find Qingqing and she's safe. I know, Dad. I know your style. I won't let them get any upper hands on us. Sword Child nodded. Luo Yunhai was curious. Big brother Zhua, didn't you make a scene 2 hours ago? Aren't they alerted already? I think they are. 2 hours ago. Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow. We only just arrived. We were still far away 2 hours ago to have done anything. It wasn't you who made such a loud noise. Of course not. I'm not that reckless. Going in head first will get them to hang you two over my head. Zhua Fan gasped. Oh right, who else made a scene on the sacred mountains besides us? Is it inner conflict? Zhua Fan turned to Sword Child. He shook his head. Inner conflict with no guards around? Expecting no defensive array from the great sacred mountains is far-fetched. They think no one would attack this place? So it was because someone struck already. Hee, Dad, our luck is great. Someone took the brunt while we saw no patrols. But who did it? Zhua Fan was doubtful. There are hardly any with the strength and nerve to strike at the sacred mountains. Who the hell cares? With the sacred mountains in panic, we have an easy time moving. Zhua Fan nodded, right? Let's get Qingqing and then we'll be free to act. The 6th sacred mountain is going to disappear from the sacred domain. Zhua Fan smirked and left with Luo Yunhai on his back and Sword Child guarding them 2 steps out the door, and someone shouted, Who are you? Where are you taking the prisoner? It's an emperor. And at peak. Zhua Fan and Sword Child shared a look and a devious grin. Sword Child flashed and ran through the man, exploding him to pieces. Sword Child dusted his hands in disdain. Emperors are now beneath me and he dared block us? Idiot. How dare you? Another shout came and hundreds of auras appeared in front. Zhua Fan was grave. Curses, they're all saints. The sacred mountains are filled with experts. What now, Dad? Get past them or kill them. Sword Child whispered. Zhua Fan paused. I came here to kill them and earn a name. But they have Qingqing and we can't attack. Should we just get through first? Then use your sacred body and my strength. They can't stop you. Zhua Fan nodded and black energy spilled out of him. Forming his sacred body, fighting saints would be taxing, especially if he were killing every one of them. But carving a bloody path wasn't hard. One man stood out shouting, sealing the fate of the sixth sacred mountain. Who are you? Were you the ones who took Chu Qingcheng? Talk. Qingcheng isn't here. Zhuofan caught his meaning. Someone has come ahead and rescued her. I don't know who or why, but one thing is certain, Qingcheng isn't here. He could let loose. Zhuofan snickered. Hey you, was that the truth? I am the sixth mountain lord, He Haodong. He Haodong barked. A sword wave fell on Chu Qingcheng's room and leveled it. Since then, she's been missing. Did you take her? Do you know what that was? Speak. Zhuofan smiled in realization. Sorry, but we don't know who that was. We only came for our clan head. Clan head. He Haodong then noticed Luo Yunhai on his back. I see now. You're from the Luo clan. Humph, you have some nerve. 8 Emperor's Lands bugs showing up here on the sacred mountains trying to take someone. Your entire clan is dead? Dead? Humph. Zhuofan laughed. You should worry about your 6th sacred mountain first. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.